I know.
Test it. Okay. Councilmember Sweet, can you hear us?
I can.
Awesome.
I would like to call to order the City Council meeting of February 18, 2025. Before the roll is called, I would like to note that Councilmember Sweet is joining us remotely for the study session, and she will be in person during the regular meeting. I'd also like to note that Councilmember Tim Chisholm is absent from our study session and will be explained by our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a brief moment to explain that Councilmember Tim Chisholm has recused himself from decisions regarding the K-line and participating in discussions about it. He recently discovered that the property that he has a property interest in is one of the portions of the property that need to be acquired for the K-line route under its currently proposed alignment. So because of that potential financial interest and conflict of interest that presents, that he's decided under the rules of ethics to recuse himself. So that's the explanation. Thank you.
City Clerk, would you like to call the roll?
Councilmember Black. Here. Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on a briefing on the King County Metro K-line and upcoming record of support memos. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. I'd like to welcome our very special guest, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So I seem to be a bit of a resident historian here. So before I turn this over to Doug McIntyre, the transportation team, I just want to say I personally am really excited that we're here talking about the K-line. So for many people, this is the first time they're really hearing about it. And so I just want to remind folks that this is really the product of over a decade of advocacy by past and present councils to get more transit to more places more often in Kirkland. And this has played out a whole bunch of ways. Some of it has been in the ST3 ballot measure that Deputy Mayor Arnold was a huge part of, as well as former Mayor Sweet, now Councilmember Sweet, and others, to really try to connect us to the region. Connect us to light rail, connect us to the bus rapid transit up 405, and we're starting to see the fruits of all those things occur in the next few years. So we wanted to make sure that we highlighted that because the K-line really does connect us to everything, and it's really the product of a whole host of work, not only from our councils, but also our partnership with King County Metro and the hard work of our staff, and especially the leadership we've had from King County Councilmember Claudia Balducci and King County Councilmember Rod Dembowski, as well as our partnership with the county executive, Dal Constantine, over the years. So this is a really critical investment in transit for our city and for the region. So as you saw in the memo, the K-line is every 10 to 15 minutes, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and it really, truly connects everything, and you're going to hear about that later in the presentation. So it's very exciting to be at this point. But I also want to acknowledge that some of the investments, particularly in the speed and reliability investments that we're going to talk about later today, do have real impacts to some property owners and to some businesses. And I want you to know that we understand that both as the city staff and the Metro staff, and we're going to be doing everything we can to minimize the impacts to those businesses and those residents. And if they can't be avoided, we're going to do everything we can to appropriately compensate and mitigate those impacts. So we take that work very seriously. It's work that still needs to be done. We're going to try to do it well. And then finally, I want to say this is a theme that's come up with all the council members as well and has been in past letters that when the K-line comes into implementation, it will be a when, right, not an if. And the restructure comes where Metro will appropriately want to avoid duplication of services. The city will be advocating strongly that those hours be reallocated to service in Kirkland, especially to fulfill some of the commitments made in the past with the Northeast Mobility Plan and so forth. So with that, just as a highlight, I really wanted to say it's been a long journey, over a decade getting here. There's a lot to share. There's a lot to talk about. The purpose of tonight is to give you all that information and get your feedback. We'll be coming back to the council on March 4th and March 18th for final decisions about your support for the K-line. But just as the person who's been here for quite some time, I wanted to share that this has been a long time coming. It's an exciting moment to finally be here. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Doug McIntyre, Transportation Planner.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I think that was a good overview. We're here tonight to talk about broad parts of the K-line as well as specific elements of the K-line. And with me tonight, to my right, is our Deputy Director in Public Works, Sarah Olson. Of course, I'm Doug McIntyre, the Transportation Manager. We also have Kim Scrivener, one of our project managers on the team on the K-line. Next to her is Victoria Kovacs, Transportation Planner, on our team, also co-project managing this project from the city's perspective. And then to her left is Ryan Whitney, the K-line lead with Metro. To his left is Katie Chalmers with King County Metro, and then to her left is Amanda Pleasant-Brown, also with King County Metro. So hopefully we have a good representation here for tonight to be able to answer any questions that may arise. But I did want to, before handing it over to Kim, just acknowledge that this has been a really to-date collaborative effort dating back several years and kind of heating up in the last year plus. And we've been working really closely with our counterparts at Metro to plan the K-line, again, in a broad sense as well as in specific areas of K-line projects. So.
Can I hold you for 1 second? Are we having trouble in the audience hearing the speakers? That's what I thought. Okay. Can we bump up our volume a little bit? Thank you. All right. Go ahead. Thank you, Doug.
Okay, no problem. And while we do that, I'm going to bring up the presentation and hand it over to Kim Scrivener. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, City Manager. Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor, and the Council. I'm not sure I could really say it much better than our City Manager in terms of kind of setting the stage tonight and framing this. But I do also want to pause a little bit and talk about this being a once-in-a-generation investment, and that the K-line really is described as light rail on wheels, provides that type of service. And so it is a huge win for Kirkland. I wanted to back up a little and just talk a little bit in terms of how, one of the reasons how it's a huge win within the Rapid Ride program. Tonight we are gearing up towards a huge milestone to get to the locally preferred alternative. And there is a lot that gears up to that. And just to give you a little example of how come that's important. So for example, during COVID, there were 2 rapid ride lines ahead of the K line and the R line, and both of them had their locally preferred alternative identified. And those projects were essentially carried forward while everything else was being cut and put on pause. And it was because that they had that milestone that really preserved those lines, and in particular during financial uncertainties. The K line went through all of this process to determine the route. That included working its own public engagement process, including working with staff from the city of Kirkland, Bellevue, King County staff, consultants, and as well as the Kirkland and Bellevue City Councils and the King County Council to get to the point of having an alignment. And that alone was a huge milestone in and of itself. And because of that, the K line and the R line was a similar process. We're kind of next up, if you will, in terms of with all of the negotiation with Metro during the pandemic and the recovery. There's a long list of additional rapid ride lines waiting in the wings. And all of those are subject to a prioritization process, their own reprioritization process. And because the K and the R lines had gotten far enough through getting the alignment endorsed, it really kind of saved us a little bit from having to get reprioritized against all of the other K-line projects rapid ride projects that are waiting in the wings. So I just wanted to kind of ground us all a little bit into where we are in terms of the huge win within the Rapid Ride program itself. I didn't create a slide about that because we're not really talking about the Rapid Ride program tonight. But again, just a really huge win, and so we're looking forward to this next milestone. And then also another way is the city manager put it more eloquently than I am, is about all of the exciting places that we're connecting to. So that's kind of the energy that we'd like to try to communicate more. This line connects to so many places and all along the corridor, and so we're really excited about that alignment. So with that, we are, as I mentioned, our milestone that we are gearing up toward is the locally preferred alternative as a major milestone. And as a reminder, this really commits us to is to evaluating the projects, the set of projects for further design and for environmental review. And so so that we have, and the idea is to have a larger set of projects so that we have more choices as we go through and start to do further analysis down the line. And then as a reminder, the reason why we're talking about the letters of support is to bring youth council along with the various project elements so that we are making sure that everybody's informed with all of the different components, because it's a lot to kind of bring all at once at the end of the process. When we're looking for the locally preferred alternative, we just wanted to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to kind of go through all of the pieces. So with that, I do have some slides after Metro has their presentation. But you'll hear from me again. We can talk about some of the smaller details. But with that, I'm going to hand it off to Ryan.
All right. Thank you. So, all right, everybody can hear me? Good mic distance? All right, first time on the mic. There we go. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here this evening to talk about the Rapid Ride K-Line. Again, my name is Ryan Whitney, and I'm acting as the line lead for the K-Line project on behalf of King County Metro. I'm going to cover all the slides here today. The other names up there, Amanda Pleasant-Brown, she's here to help me answer questions at the end. And then Yuvia Ellison-Morales is on there. She's our community engagement lead. She will be back in March to give you more information about our Phase 3 community engagement, which we just completed. And then we also have Katie Chalmers here from Metro to help answer questions. But I'm the lucky one that gets to run through the presentation. So on the agenda here, just want to also state that this is for information only, and we're here to answer your questions. When we do come back in March, though, there will be the request for the letter of support, which I'll talk more about why that's important. I want to highlight why invest in Rapid Ride. Kim touched on a little bit, but I want to provide a little bit more from the Metro perspective. A little bit of background on the K-Line project, which we've gotten a little bit here, but there is a long history to it. Then we'll dive into some of the K-Line project elements that are in the project vision, kind of divided into 3 groups: our station locations, access to transit, and of course, speed and reliability. And then I've got a couple extra slides on speed and reliability because it is so important to the project. And then we'll touch on the schedule a little bit, especially focusing on the next about 8 or 9 months of that schedule. So why invest in Rapid Ride? The figure here shows our Rapid Ride network right now. The red lines are existing, and the A through F lines are what we refer to as our legacy lines. So those are all at least 10 years old, some even older. So also we might refer to those as our Rapid Ride 1.0 standards. So we've come back, we've reinvested in Rapid Ride. This is how we really want to build out our service. And we have the 2 lines that were recently launched, the H line and the G line. Those are closer to our Rapid Ride 2.0 standards. So they're going to be different than our legacy lines. So we kind of can talk about our legacy lines and then these new launch lines. So on the new ones, they're both overperforming the underlying services that were there before and the projections we had for those. So H line and that route was carrying about 5,000 daily riders, and now it's well over 7,000 average daily riders. Even approaching 8,000 with the January 2025 numbers. And then G-Line underlying service was about 2,000 daily riders, and now we're seeing well over 4,000 average daily riders. So those are 2 recent examples of Metro investing in a service, bringing forth these amenities, these speed and reliability treatments, and seeing a real response in the ridership and where we're connecting riders. So K-Line specifically, it's a 16-mile route. You can see it over there with the Rapid Ride B-Line on the east side. 35 station pairs from start to finish, and Rapid Ride at a base provides a frequent service, 10 to 15-minute headways. G-Line is providing 6-minute headways, which was a just above and beyond thing that SDOT wanted, and we negotiated that with them, and it was part of our FTA agreement as well to provide that service level. So, but at a baseline, Rapid Ride is going to be 10 to 15-minute service. We also place these to try to provide connections to regional transit options. So this one will connect to the Stride 405 BRT project, which I believe will launch in 2029, and then the Link 2 light rail line, which should connect to downtown Seattle, I think, in the next year or so. So those are two major connections for the project. Due to the scale of these projects and the fact that they're larger, they are eligible for federal funding, and happy to answer more questions about that. And then also connecting major activity centers, which is part of what goes into the route choice, which a lot of the route choices for K-Line were made back in 2019. Speaking of Rapid Ride and our new Rapid Ride 2.0 standards, if you do see the B-line stations, they might be different than what you're seeing right here. This is our, again, what we refer to as Rapid Ride 2.0 standards, which is what K-Line would meet. And all of our stations are going to have a shelter. The shelter can vary in size. Some of our larger could even have 2 shelters. Our larger stations, which this is an example of, would have our tech pylon with the screen there that shows real-time arrival information. All of our stations, though, small, medium, and large, are going to have the real-time information signs. Just our smaller stations, it would be a smaller screen and preferably solar-powered, but we will provide this information at all of them. This also being a larger station, we do have a trash can here. There are bike racks and the off-board payment, which is not available at every tier of station, but we can get into more of those details later as well. Little project background, originally began back in 2019, was unfortunately paused in 2020, but due to a lot of effort locally from people with City of Kirkland, we got it back into the biannual budget around 2022. September 2023, I think we were back full-fledged working on the project. Community engagement in summer 2024, which reintroduced the project to the community and gathered a lot of comments. And then now we've just completed our phase 3 engagement, which as part of that, we conducted 30+ different engagement activities. These included briefings, open houses, tabling events, street teaming, and virtual office hours, and does not include the council presentations that we've come to give. These were just events that were more geared towards neighborhoods, communities, and stakeholder groups. Getting into some of those project details for the project vision, we're going to talk about our station locations, a little more details there, access to transit investment areas, which is a part we've worked a lot with city staff on, and then, of course, speed and reliability or transit priority. So these figures were pulled right out of our locally preferred alternative, the draft that was available and has been reviewed internally by our team at Metro, and we're working on finalizing for that March council meeting when we asked for the letter of support. So these maps will be in there. They were available on the website to scroll through. There were 5 images for the corridor start to finish. The first 3 segments, A, B, and C, covered most of Kirkland, and then a little part of C, and then segments D and E covered the segments that are in Bellevue. We're actually getting 1 extra station in Kirkland of the 35. You guys are getting 18 stations, Bellevue 17. And again, those amenities include shelters, benches, real-time information signs, lighting, and then depending on the size of the station would have off-board payment. And then, of course, all of our stations have all-door boarding. That's part of what comes with the Rapid Ride service. Our access to transit projects, we worked with City of Kirkland to identify areas along the corridor that were within the corridor walkshed for improvements to walking, biking, and rolling to access to our Rapid Ride stations. So we've identified 8 investment locations along the K-Line corridor. Again, projects could include sidewalks, bike lanes, shared use paths, upgraded crossing treatments. Maybe there is a crosswalk right now, but we want to improve that and maybe add an RRFB. So these locations were identified along the corridor and will be further developed in the next stage of the project, at least to a 30% design stage. And then we'll see which projects can fit within the K-Line budget for ultimate delivery. Speed and reliability, also a huge investment area for our BRT projects. If Metro's going to make a Rapid Ride investment, put the Rapid Ride branding on a service, we want to guarantee a 15% to 30% time savings from what an underlying service would be, because we want that service to be frequent, we want it to be reliable, and we want it to get people where they want to go in a reasonable amount of time. So it's a lot of different ways we can achieve that through both lane priority treatments and signal priority treatments. Talking about those types of treatments a little bit more. So on the far left here, we have our most exclusive lane treatment, which are just bus-only lanes, which, as stated, only buses are allowed in these lanes, and of course, emergency vehicles. But those are the most exclusive for transit use, but they do have challenges with implementation. They'll usually have greater impact on general purpose traffic. They could perhaps have restrictions on turning movements. So less than 1% of the corridor is currently recommended as bus-only lanes. A more common treatment for this type of project, the business access and transit lanes, or BAT lanes. This is about 15% of the 16-mile route is currently recommended as BAT lanes, and that's including both in Kirkland and in Bellevue. And these are a much better treatment when you've got frequent business access, driveways, side streets, high right turning vehicle volumes. With these business access and transit lanes, you can sometimes see a mutual benefit where not only do transit travel times improve, but you can also see a benefit to general purpose traffic. So it can be a mutually beneficial improvement. And then, of course, no transit priority. There are areas along the corridor where we're not seeing huge impacts to delay for transit travel time. So about 84% of the corridor, buses will just be mixed in with single occupancy vehicles. So those are a little easier to see. They're on the ground. They're the actual lane treatments. The little more abstract ones to describe are the signal priority treatments. So we really have two in this group. There's our transit signal priority, or TSP, which will extend the green time for direction of travel for transit. This is hopefully implemented on the entire signal system, so you can get sort of a cascading effect for travel time of the vehicles. Queue jumps, those are more spot treatments to single intersections, and they allow a bus at an intersection to basically advance through the intersection while all other vehicles are held at a red. The catch with the queue jumps is you can only implement a queue jump at a signal and only if there's a dedicated approach to the signal, because the bus has to be able to bypass the queuing vehicles and then advance through the intersection. What does this mean? When we add up all the speed and reliability projects on the K-line that have been recommended, this is again across Kirkland and Bellevue, there's about 26 projects combining both lane treatments and signal treatments. We're seeing a travel time decrease, so time savings of 26.5 minutes in the southbound direction, 20.5 minutes in the northbound direction. So that's every time the bus drives from Totem Lake to Eastgate, which if we're running 10-minute headways, that's 6 buses per hour. So we're seeing that time savings every time the bus travels back and forth. The way this sort of translates also to Metro in terms of savings is it reduces our operating budget for this line because we're able to serve the route more efficiently. So working with our team and looking at just time savings in the AM peak hour and PM peak hour, these time savings translate to about $2 million saved for Metro in operating budget per year. And then that also equates to service hours, and those service hours, as we've stated, can be reinvested in the network. Highlighting our schedule, we just last week finished our community engagement phase 3, and our team's already pulling that survey data and summarizing those comments. I don't have any takes from that yet, other than what I heard from the many neighborhood meetings and briefings we went to. There is a lot of energy around this project and a lot of comments and questions about it, which is why we're happy to be here talking about it today. But we will have a detailed breakdown of that community engagement feedback for the March meeting, and UVA will be here to help me present that. So something to look forward to in March, when we will also be back to request a letter of support from the council. This then sets us up to transmit our package, that locally preferred alternative alignment ordinance, all the information around what we've done to King County Council for that major milestone of adopting our project vision or locally preferred alternative, which we hope to have by June, and then that sets us up to submit for Small Starts grant funding in August. I believe the deadline for FTA is August 22nd this year. Preliminary design also will begin sometime mid to late this year, which is where we'll really start to iron out a lot of the design details of the project. What we've really done so far at a planning level is identified areas of need, ways we can fulfill those needs, and done a lot of operational analysis. But we do still need to collect survey and really get into some of the engineering details to know, is it 5 feet here, 10 feet here, what do these impacts look like, and further develop those cost estimates. And with that, I think I'll hand it back to Kirkland.
Thank you, Ryan. I realized the one slide of Ryan's I did not put in was the pause for questions. But before I begin the next segment, which does take us into kind of some specific projects that we wanted to give the council an opportunity to discuss, I thought I'd just pause and see if there are any questions for Ryan before we move on.
Council? I don't see any.
Can I just make one comment, since you have the community engagement slide up there, and I know you don't have your results, but one thing I know and our council has heard Dr. Amy Morrison, the president of Lake Washington Institute of Technology, has contacted all of us and asked that there be a way to find a way to connect the college to the rapid ride. So I know that's something that we'll all try to think through, but I just want to make sure that we highlight that in this portion.
Thank you. And Councilmember Pascal has a question.
Yeah, since we're kind of pausing, talking about some of what Metro had talked about, one of the things that that we've talked about repeatedly and heard some concerns about is just this concern about, if the K line comes, that could divert service hours from other routes elsewhere outside of Kirkland. And so, having been served on the Regional Transit Committee for 4 years, I remember detailed discussions about Metro's policy regarding duplicative service. Could you just kind of explain how Metro approaches that a little bit as you implement new service?
Yes. So when we go through the restructure process, that's where we take like a larger holistic view at the area and how it's being served. So it's an opportunity to collect comments, which is something we've heard through community engagement. We know where the K line's going to drive, so we engage with neighborhoods around that area. But we actually had neighborhoods maybe not bordering the K line reaching out to us and saying like, hey, what is this going to mean for my 250 service that runs through my neighborhood? Or we had some questions about, I believe, the 893 route, which serves one of the schools in the area. And it was a good reminder on how these projects do have a larger impact area. And when we do that restructure, it takes place about 2 years prior to service launch. And we will post on all those routes this entire community list that we've built through these 3 phases of engagement back in 2019, summer 2024, and the engagement we just completed now in January, February 2025. We keep that community list and those contacts, and we'll reach out to all of them and say, hey, it's restructure time. Like, what are the comments you have about your existing service? What works about it? What doesn't work about it? What would you maybe, hope to gain if we were to make changes? And then we do look at that. We look at the current service hour budget available, which those, we do have a horizon planning for what those service hour budgets would look like. But then when we get to the restructure, we're actually working with the service hours that we know we have. And that's where things like speed and reliability projects really come into play. Because if we have a route that can be served with fewer service hours, but still meet those frequency targets, that's a huge benefit to us being able to really completely serve the area and not have to take service from other places. So we'd look at all the routes in the area. We'd look to remove duplication of service, really improve connection points, and make sure we're getting frequency coverage in all the areas. And one of the things I will note about Rapid Ride versus kind of some of the local underlying service is our local service usually stops about every quarter mile, where our Rapid Ride service will stop every half mile. So Rapid Ride can't completely replace a local service because it doesn't stop as frequently. So if you're looking at a service where there is overlapping, Rapid Ride upgrades will happen to like almost every other station. There will still be stops in between that are served by frequent routes or other local routes because those stop more frequently than what our Rapid Ride service would. And then with that, I'll let Katie fact check me and offer any other points.
Yeah, no, that's a great explanation. One thing I would add is that when Metro's coming in with Rapid Ride, we are adding service hours with our Rapid Ride projects, and sometimes the amount depends on what it's going to take to have the Rapid Ride line itself meet the standards. So we don't have 10-minute service along the K line today, or the full portion. So Metro will have to bring more service hours in order to deliver the K line at the Rapid Ride standard. So when we get to the point of restructuring service, we'll look at what that need is as we get close to beginning the project, and look at the choices about underlying service that would otherwise be duplicative. But I do want to stress that the Rapid Ride delivering these levels of frequency will take more service hours than exist today. Metro also still has service hours that have been suspended due to the pandemic and due to our operational limitations, including some hours in Kirkland. We hope to restore those over time. If we haven't restored those by the time we get to the K line, those would still be considered additive. We have a service recovery plan adopted by the county council that requires suspended service hours from the pandemic to come back into our system in the geographies that they were essentially suspended from. So in Kirkland, you still have some service hours that Metro intends to bring back as our operational resources grow, in addition to, as we plan for the K-line, planning for more investment to get these levels of frequencies that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, Amanda, Katie, for being here. This is an exciting moment because the first to finally be here to say, okay, we're looking at a locally preferred alternative and can apply for the small starts grant. Because the first briefing that I had on this was the J line, believe it or not, given the order of things. So these things take a while. You mentioned the federal small starts grant. Is that required for the service going on? And can you talk at all, given the current climate, about how that program has been affected? Because what we're hearing at the PSRC level and at, the Puget Sound Regional Council and Association of Washington Cities is a lot of uncertainty around federal funding right now.
Yes, definitely. So I can start by saying we met with FTA last Tuesday, and we have now begun having quarterly meetings with them, and they scheduled the quarterly meetings. We met with them last Tuesday, so for them, it's continuing business as usual. There is some unknowns around how the program might change, so they're directing us right now to use previously adopted guidance and not react to kind of the day-by-day updates or things that could be said about the program. So we're operating with the guidelines that have already been adopted, which is the deadline for federal funding, or for these applications in August of this year. And they've not canceled our meeting series, so we're still planning to meet with them and update them on the project and the progress of it. The other thing we do is we do have in our corridor upgrade and planning report, it's a larger, more substantive report that really irons into the details. Locally preferred alternative is the project vision as FTA sees it, so it'll be the $105 million project. Our corridor planning and upgrade report does look at more financial options of the project, cost-benefit analysis, other sorts of alternatives, like contingency planning, you could call it. And if we were to go to some of those, there are other maybe, state or regional grants we could get. You mentioned PSRC, Puget Sound Regional Council. We got a $8 million grant from them for design. That's perhaps a group we could, look to for other funding support. And there's, we have a whole grants team that we could work with to identify other avenues and ways the project could get delivered. The other thing about the Small Starts program, and the reason it's important to get in there, is it is a pipeline. So when we get in August, it'll be our first rating for the project. Projects can get rated 2 or 3 times before they actually get given funding. So this is a process. It's a huge milestone to get the locally preferred alternative, but we're going to get our project rated multiple times before we finally get funding. We could potentially go through reevals. I know I-Line had to go through a reeval, and it was a long journey for them, but they eventually got $80 million from FTA to deliver that project. So Metro does have a history of success of securing these funds, and the sooner we get in the pipeline and continue to be prepared and to be ready, the better chance we have of getting funds when funds are available, be it now, in 2027, 2028, but the only way to really get those funds is to be in the pipeline and have a medium-rated project and be prepared.
And to that end, Deputy Mayor, we are tracking the uncertainty. We feel the same thing. And so thus far, we're tracking the congressional budget. This is how these funds are appropriated. So we are looking at that. That should be coming out here in February at some point. We're going to see what's in there, take a temperature check. But we do have this in Metro's budget, and we will communicate with our partners. So should anything change, the second we hear something, we'll be on the phone to Mr. Triplett and Diane Carlson over at Bellevue as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Brian, Katie, Amanda, for being here. I appreciate your presentation and just for taking the time to talk with us today, answer our questions, give our public another opportunity to hear about the project. And I also want to thank some of my colleagues on the council and former colleagues and others from councils before me that put so much hard work into securing investment in transit dollars for the city of Kirkland. I appreciate that. And Katie, I appreciate you also, specifically mentioning the service recovery and the hours that I guess we have, Kirkland sort of has banked, for lack of a better term, as Metro is looking at the return of service hours to the entire system. And I appreciate you mentioning that. It's obviously something that's important for us here as representatives of the Kirkland public. And I appreciate City Manager sort of highlighting, again, something that we've talked about, all of us, is the importance that this kind of transit investment be, additive. I have a question though about duplication. I think about sort of duplication of transit service, and I want to understand a little bit about how Metro thinks about that. And what I would want to explore is how it thinks about it when you have lines that have different. How important are the endpoints to the question of duplication? Because in my little neck of the woods, I might see something duplication. Maybe I could look at that and say, well, that's actually two different services sharing some speed and reliability investments, and that makes sense. And ultimately, the endpoints are the really important part for in Metro's sort of system-wide analysis. Can you talk about sort of how endpoints sort of play into that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. So Metro does have guidelines which help, lay out some of how we look at duplication. And I think certainly the endpoints can be a consideration in saying something's duplicative and or not duplicative. I think, with the K line and with all of our rapid ride is so frequent and it's coming so often compared to a lot of our services that there's a real question of whether or not we should concentrate more resources on one street or one area or spread them out. This is a very classic transit question, is do you put a lot of service in one place to make it really frequent, or do you put less frequent service across maybe more corridors? We do have guidelines that suggest that our routes should be at least a half mile apart. But in many places where we're coming into like Kirkland Transit Center, Bellevue Transit Center, we see lots of routes overlap as they're coming into these key destinations, as you pointed out. So I would say it's not a science question, but it is a question about what your community wants. Do you want lots of service concentrated on a smaller number of streets? Or do you want service to sort of be spread out on more streets, serving more neighborhoods, but at a lower frequency? We will look at those kinds of questions as we get into restructuring around the K line, because the K line will have that high frequency. So it will be a choice that we'll explore, when we're looking at each of the parts of the K line to determine, should we move routes away from the K line or should we change the way we're serving? And some of that is, using these half-mile guidelines, and some of it is up to the community to make a determination of whether you want things to be really concentrated or whether you want it to spread out.
Thank you.
Councilor Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, that was an interesting discussion there. I was also thinking of, Ryan's comment earlier about how frequent the stops are too, right, as part of that consideration as well. Having more hyper-local, stops is another consideration that would be helpful for folks in the community. So thank you for that. Well, just thank you in general. Thank you to King County Metro, but also to the current and previous city and county leadership for the decade plus of work on this that was already described earlier this evening. You may remember at the last council meeting, I was hoping for this, and I mentioned, I'd really love to see even the smaller stations have at a very minimum the shelter and bench. So thank you for that. I was really happy to see that in the memo, and that's something that in your 2.0, service delivery, language you use there, that's something that's a huge improvement, and something that I'd like to see continue enhancements in some of the other routes as well, as feasible throughout the neighborhoods, because that's something that we hear frequently from folks in our community that's just a barrier, especially with discretionary ridership, that it's just with either the sun or the rain, that not having shelter can be a big barrier to choosing to ride transit for those who do have that option. I want to just underscore Councilmember Pascal's question and comments on, maintaining and enhancing service throughout the city of Kirkland. I think of, for example, huge section of the city I happen to live in, Finn Hill, right, where we don't have a lot of transit there. And that's great that there's all this transit that's happening elsewhere in the city that can connect us to other places and other cities in the region, but we need to get to that, right? And I think of, in the recent year service cuts, for example, to the 225 route. That gets us down the hill, that gets us, to, Village at Totem Lake area where we could connect and get on the K line. So as we're having these conversations, it's important. I mean, that route is important even aside from the K line, but especially with, the K line coming on board, to be able to connect folks to that, to have that ridership, to have folks who, don't have otherwise access to be able to, because it's challenging to walk or bike down the hill. There aren't a lot, we're working on it, but it's challenging, and transit is a really great way to be able to connect there. So I just again underscore Councilmember Pascal's comments on that, and in particular kind of local smaller routes like that may not always be prioritized, really are crucial to folks in the community utilizing these larger investments that you're making. So please do keep that in mind. I also, to Deputy Mayor Arnold's comment of it used to be the J line, now the K line, I kind of like that it's the K line for Kirkland. So I think that's very fitting. Anyway, I have more comments later, but thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation.
All right, go ahead, Kimberly.
Great, thank you. We were also pretty excited about the K. That was another huge win. So I just have a couple slides. We've talked a little bit about these at the last meeting, but just wanted to make sure that there's adequate time to really make sure all the questions are answered. And so just a couple considerations of the transit signal priority, and a couple of the speed and reliability projects to just dive in a little deeper. And so as I mentioned at our last meeting, the transit signal priority, and as Ryan mentioned, is an important component for speed and reliability. We just want to make sure that everyone's aware that while we're getting the speed and reliability that we're looking for without having to impact travel lanes, for the most part, well, for TSP, there is ongoing cost to the city for ongoing subscriptions. They require new controllers and new software. Victoria could probably explain this a little bit better than I can, but we just wanted to make sure that that's a decision that that comes along with this, and that we're prepared for it. And do you have anything else to add on that, Orion? Just wanted to make sure that giving everybody the opportunity to kind of talk about this, or if you have any additional questions for Metro staff about that.
Doesn't look like it.
Great.
I just noticed Victoria doesn't have a mic, so she doesn't get to talk.
The second one is the eastbound bat lane on Central. So as I mentioned earlier, getting to the locally preferred alternative, what that really does is sign us up to evaluate projects further. So far, we have been communicating that parking, we've been communicating to Metro that parking downtown is important. And so one of the questions that was asked at the last meeting was the section between 4th and 5th Street. This would not impact parking. The parking there is actually carved out into there are curb cuts. And there are no Google shuttles there anymore. Those have been moved onto their private property. They would still have the parking. It would just be the conversion of that lane for that one block from a vehicle lane to a transit lane. And so just throwing that out there, wanted to make sure to provide the opportunity for further discussion.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thanks for raising this. This was, this speed and reliability improvement was something that I don't recall from the previous preliminary study of the K line when the route feasibility. So this was something new, whereas many of the other speed and reliability projects are were evaluated and looked at previously. So this was something that was a little bit new. So kind of probing on this a little bit more. And I think the underlining idea for I think all of us is let's use our space most efficiently. Moving the most number of people that we can. And so when we're talking about taking a lane to use for buses, the premise is that we're going to be moving people more efficiently. And so that's why I think it's really important to be able to explain and to show the public that this is something that is necessary and that is going to really result in benefits overall to the greater number of people. So I think showing that analysis and having that analysis available is really important. That was something that I asked for last time. So I'm hoping that's something that will be provided before we're asked to vote on the letter of support. So that's the first question, is just about timeline on when that information will be available. The second is, are you looking at just potential time of day restrictions, for example, recognizing that it could be that, the peak hours are where you're seeing the issues. And so then maybe it's a time of day like the left turn lane on 3rd that you've suggested be just time of day restrictions. So I'd be interested in that. And then I know that there are buses, private buses, coaches, I believe Google has some, would they be able to use that lane as well? And then how would that lane work with just the on-street parking, cars navigating in and out of that parking across the bus lane? So there's a lot of kind of nuances here that I think would be worth looking at, and I'm expecting you are, but it'd be nice to see a little bit more detail around that. Thank you.
Yes, happy to provide a little more background on this. So you are correct. The Central Way eastbound bat lane in this area, I think previously we were just looking at a queue jump at the Central Way 6th Street intersection. And this was, I guess, really the result of me coming into the project. Wasn't around in 2019 when some of that initial stuff was done. And sort of just my new perspective on the project, kind of looked across the whole corridor and asked Doug, Kimberly, and Victoria a lot of questions about why aren't we considering a project here? Why aren't we considering a project here? And to get some feedback on, oh, we did early on and kind of ruled it out. This was one that I think had a little bit of traction of okay, that is an interesting idea to explore. So it kind of really was explored as 3rd Street to 6th Street. So there was a on-street parking conversion that Kimberly said we ruled out pretty early. It showed some small time savings benefit, but the compromise of the parking just didn't seem to be something worth moving forward. Then there was the outer lane conversion because there's already 2 eastbound lanes from 4th Street to 6th Street. So we looked at converting that outside lane all the way to 6th Street. And between 5th and 6th, there's such a significant increase in eastbound traffic that it becomes really detrimental to general purpose traffic to continue that bat lane all the way to 6th Street, which is where we ended up with the portion here from about 4th Street to 5th Street of just that outside lane. It does still show some nice travel time benefit. As I said, this would be a bat lane, so it still allows right turning vehicles. So right turning vehicles aren't turning from that inside lane. They can actually use the bat lane to turn right. I believe there's the side street there at Peter Kirk. There might be a driveway, and then there's the right turn at 5th Street. So right turning vehicles can use that space, which actually I think enables that inside lane to be really dedicated to just people traveling eastbound. So it kind of creates a nice separation on the street where you've got your left turn lanes, your eastbound travel lanes, and then your right turning vehicles shared there with transit. So we did identify some benefit from this project between 4th and 5th Street, taking out the segment west of 4th Street and anything too far beyond 5th Street. So that was some of the operational benefit there. We do think about time of day restrictions. Usually initially when we come into these, at least my attitude is, let's think about applying them all day. When it's a 24/7 implementation of something, there's just a consistency that drivers get to where they don't have to be like, okay, I'm driving down Central Way and it's 3:30, so is the lane, like, just remove those thoughts, and when we can have them be 24/7 implementation, I think it creates a better expectation for drivers, for transit users, and for just all users of the roadway space. We've also noticed a lot in our ridership recovery since COVID that people are taking the buses at various times a day. We used to see a real drop-off for midday ridership, huge peaks AM, huge peaks PM, and then drop-offs midday. We're seeing more midday riders now. There's still a drop-off. We still see most of our ridership in the AM and PM peak, but we're seeing a less of a drop-off. And we've also heard from our rider, non-rider surveys that people are like, hey, it'd be great if the service was actually the same all day or the same 7 days a week. So we're hearing that consistency, and then also just thinking myself been fortunate. I've almost always worked 9 to 5 jobs Monday through Friday, but there's a lot of people in the workforce that don't. They work afternoons to late evenings. They work Wednesday through Sunday. And if we make our services consistent, we're serving all users, not just the 9 to 5s. So that's been some of the feedback when we look at these time of day restrictions. But sometimes every situation is unique. There are times where it's like, hey, this should actually be opened up for parking outside of peak hours or parking on weekends or things like that. So that's something we can evaluate further in the next phase of the project and really decide, should this be a AM or PM bat lane or a 24/7 bat lane?
So so one of my questions was around timeline.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the analysis that you're doing to kind of confirm some of these ideas and these different permutations wouldn't necessarily be done the next month or so. It's after the letter of support.
We have analysis for Central Way, and it's documented in a memo that our consultant team provided for Kirkland staff to review, and it has the projects broken up in terms of segments, so time savings for the segments between the intersections, and then time savings from intersection delay. And we could probably provide that to the council member? Yeah. So we do, a lot of this stuff gets documented in smaller kind of traffic analysis memos, and then the recommendations are in the upgrade reports or in the LPA. But, we can give you as much information as you want if you want to read the analysis memo.
It's not me.
Okay.
It's the public.
Yeah.
Is what I'm speaking on behalf of. I think it's good to provide that transparency of why this is necessary and the benefits, right? And to show that quantitatively. I think qualitatively it makes sense, right? We can qualitatively explain this, but quantitatively, does it actually kind of ground truth? And that's, I think, really important to build up and to promote the success of the K line. To have that backup is really important. So hopefully we can get that released.
I do have one caveat, though. My recollection is that that analysis was done on the longer bat lane. And so we'll have to have a conversation about making sure that analysis is for the shorter one. So we have looked at that, but I just want to go before we promise to share it. There could be one more look at it before we want to share for this particular segment.
And then on a question then for City Manager, the letter of support then, if the analysis is done later and shows something different, then but we've already approved the letter of support for that specific project, does it bind us to that, or can we write it in a way where?
Yeah, I think so. That would be our intent, especially when there's still some things that are not known. We would say, here's our intent, and here's the stuff that we still don't know. So depending on what you learn over the next few years, that could change the city's position on that particular investment.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I want to follow up on something Councilmember Pascal raised, which is the possibility of employer shuttles using these bat lanes. And I did watch the Bellevue Council meeting this weekend, and then there was an article this morning. The Bellevue Council is advocating for this, and I understand that a state law needs to be changed, and Councilmember Zahn and Representative Zahn is looking at that. That might be something that Kirkland is interested in. We do have employer shuttles also, particularly going down 108. Do you want to talk about that now?
Certainly. So as you noted, Mayor Curtis, this is not currently permitted in state law. So this is a situation that's literally out of our jurisdiction. So at this point, we can't really speak to it. If the state decides to change that, then we do it. What I will say is that we don't have a lot of information about how these employer shuttles operate. We don't know what the operational impacts would be on our service, especially with like a rapid ride service. We have, 6 to 10 buses coming an hour, so we just want to be really mindful of that. And so if we, we are not also, this would be a state law change, so it would impact the entire state. So we are not the only entity that would be impacted by it. We are in conversations about pilots just to see what it might look like in the city of Seattle. So we have some time, thankfully, before we go into revenue service for this line. And so we're going to continue the conversation and try to evaluate what the actual impacts would be.
Thank you. All right, back to you, Kim.
Great. And the last thing I'll mention on this one is that Metro expressed to me that there's still interest in looking at just a signal queue jump at the 6th, just for evaluation, that perhaps but not touching any of the curbs, the existing curbs. The reason why we have ruled it out originally is that turn lane's pretty short. But it sounds like there's some interest in times of day where it's a little bit lighter. And so that's why that is still in your packet and in the list and will be included in the letter of support, just to evaluate that further to see if it's feasible for times of day. As Ryan mentioned, the buses really need to be able to get up to the front of the queue for that signal to even work. But as staff, I personally don't have any issue studying that further. So that's why that's in there. I think I just wanted to correct myself because at the last meeting, I mentioned that it was out.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. So speaking of peak hour, this is another one. We talked about this already, just giving you another opportunity to ask some questions. We did, as a reminder, this would be peak only. It would be transit only during peak hours for that southbound left turn from 3rd Avenue, exiting the transit center onto Kirkland Way. We did ask Metro to look at the downtown circulation and how this would impact all of the downtown circulation. That we can share. And it did not look like that would cause any major failures to other intersections and other circulation downtown. Just wanted to offer the opportunity for further discussion.
I see no questions.
Okay, and then the last one we just wanted to highlight and offer for further discussion as well. This is also another one that was kind of evaluated a little bit later in the process to put in a southbound queue jump at this intersection at 68th and 108th Avenue. And again, unlike the northbound queue jumps, this would be that has had a lot of history and the evaluation for that is farther along. This would be on the same trajectory as the rest of the K-line route, meaning that it's really conceptual at this point, and including this in the locally preferred alternative, which would allow Metro the opportunity to evaluate it further.
Deputy Mayor.
We've received some public comment on this. When we're looking at the bat lane is northbound. Is there any consideration of a bat lane southbound south of 68th? There's some concern of property acquisition of the Houghton Center there.
No, at this time, we've only considered, I guess, if you count them, 3 bat lanes along this segment of roadway. There was the northbound bat lane approaching 60th Street and the northbound bat lane approaching 68th Street. Those were both part of an earlier study from Kirkland staff that came out where this southbound queue jump from approximately 9th Avenue down to 68th Street was proposed as part of the larger K-line project and has been part of the K-line proposal since early on in our operational analysis, but not currently recommending any bat lane south of 68th Street.
Thank you.
And I'll add to that, it's more about getting it through that signal at 68th and then if we were to widen farther south, then it would just add to the wider cross-section south of there as well. Anything else?
Nope.
Great. So this is my last slide.
Sorry, Councilmember Buck, I missed him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's too subtle.
So, yeah, just going back to that slide. So what is indicated there south of 68th?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
So there's really two options with the bat lane. So if we do have the bat lane, so when I refer to the bat lane, that's the approach lane. It's the red line from about 9th Avenue South down to Northeast 68th Street. This is one of those projects also that's mutually beneficial because if you know this intersection right now, it's just the single approach lane. So there is the left turn lane, but anyone continuing southbound or wanting to take a southbound right onto 68th Street, they're in the same lane. So when we create this bat lane, we're taking all those right turning vehicles and we're taking them out of that movement. So it allows that southbound movement to actually work more efficiently. So there's an overall improvement to intersection operations for general purpose vehicles. For the bus lane or the bat lane approaching it, we can either hold the bus at the intersection and then have a queue jump signal to move them through 68th Street and then with that queue jump merge into the single receiving lane on the southbound side. Or we can have a dedicated receiving lane for the bus, so the bus can continue through the right turn lane. When you see those buses that says like right turn only except buses, we'd have one of those signs here, so the bus could go southbound through 68th Street into that receiving lane and then merge into the southbound 108th travel lane. So there's really two ways we can implement it, either with a queue jump or with a dedicated receiving lane and then merge.
Great. Well, thank you. So, Victoria?
Oh, Victoria wanted me to also add that having the receiving lane also, there's the flexibility of do we do a near side station or a far side station? So we could evaluate either with the receiving lane. If we don't have the receiving lane, we're most likely going to have a near side station here.
Okay. I appreciate that. So I appreciate the explanation. And it's, I guess what's clear is that this is, and Ryan, you used the term a couple times as operational analysis stage. This isn't even 10% design. We're not talking about approving design details with this council action. In fact, Kimberly, can you explain a little bit? I think you used the term evaluate, the approval of the local preferred alternative is to allow Metro staff and planning and transportation planning staff to evaluate the project elements further. Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by that? Because we do have a tendency to sort of want to roll up our sleeves and dive into the details, and it it may leave the impression that we're like micro designing a transit system, which is not our specialty. So can you explain a little bit more about what you mean by that?
And correct me, Metro staff, if I get this wrong, but my understanding is that it's better to include more projects in the locally preferred alternative to further evaluate, to get those projects farther into design. If we have fewer projects, what that does is it'll lock us into the ones that are in the locally preferred alternative. And so having more options to be able to assess. At the end of the day, what really needs to happen is that Metro needs to be able to carve out enough speed and reliability along the corridor for their own standards and also for federal standards. And so if we could find projects that under further analysis don't really work that well. We want to have options. It's easier to take projects away, but it's much harder to add them after the fact. So once they start, I'm a waiver. Once they start environmental review, then it's really difficult to add more projects to the pack. And so trying to get as many opportunities to look at now, so that gives them the opportunity to see how they perform when they get farther into design.
Great, thank you. Ryan, you were going to add something?
Yeah, I'll also add that, the locally preferred alternative is a big step and we make a big deal about it for good reason, but it's some of the things that we really want confirmed by the locally preferred alternative is the route, is the approximate station locations. Like we want to have a station pair at 68th Street. to then deviate that and be like, we're actually going to have a station pair at 9th Avenue South would be a bit more disruptive at this stage, as opposed to saying like, okay, this bat lane could be 1,000 feet, it could be 500 feet. Those things still get evaluated later in the project. And the reason we want like things like the route kind of nailed down is for that NEPA environmental process. If we change the route, we have to do a NEPA reeval. And then also I mentioned we have multiple rating points with the FTA. And the reason we do that is because FTA also recognizes this project's going to change post 10%. So we're going to get the project rated at 10%. And speed and reliability projects, the route, the station locations, all these things go into things like our ridership projection, the travel time that I shared, which then travel time translates to how many buses do we need to provide this service at the level that we want to. And so then FTA is going to rate that project in August. If we come back a couple years later for our next rating and we go, hey, we actually removed some projects, so our travel time got a little bit longer, we need more buses to serve the route, XYZ, our ridership projection's a little bit lower because of that, they rate the project again. And then we come through for probably our third and final rating. So that's why we do the incremental ratings along the way. FTA knows the project's going to change. What we're asking for here is like a commitment to implement the service, a commitment to provide service along this route, and to really work together between Metro and Kirkland to deliver this project. So,
Thank you.
Councilor Pascal.
Yeah, thank you. So wanted to just kind of dwell on this intersection, this location a little bit longer and kind of talk about some of the other issues and concerns that have been raised. You know, one of the things is that before the K line, we had the Houghton Everest neighborhood plan that was updated in 2016, 2017. That's where this bat lane along 108th originally kind of came from, was the 6th Street study, which was commissioned to support and analyze the impacts of the Houghton Everest neighborhood plan. So that's 8 years ago, roughly, that was identified. And, it was based upon a set of data and analysis at that time. And, things have changed since then. And so it sounds like, my understanding is you've kind of reanalyzed some of this to confirm some of those assumptions back then, as, I think is a common practice in looking at these types of investments. So I'm just wondering, has the updated analysis kind of reconfirmed the findings from back then, and you're still kind of seeing the same things? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. We recollected traffic data in, I believe, September 2023, and all the analysis for the bat lanes in both directions at both 68th and 60th Street are based on the traffic data that we've collected there in September 2023, and does still show a significant operational benefit to transit.
And then the other thing is, the bat lanes are really a byproduct of the congestion at 68th and 108th. That intersection is the bottleneck that's creating the need for this added capacity along each corridor. If, somehow you can miraculously figure out how to solve the congestion at that intersection, then perhaps that would alleviate the need for these additional lanes along 108th or 6th Street. And the bottleneck is really that you only have so much green time to give to every movement. You have to give green time to people that are driving west, going east. You have to give green time or time, for pedestrians that want to cross and so forth. So it's a whole exercise in allocating time for people to get through that intersection. I'm wondering, though, if you've kind of relooked at the east-west movement as well, because we've heard a lot of complaints and concerns just around that movement, and because theoretically you could do something to the east-west direction that could maybe alleviate the need to have a much longer bat lane, for example.
So I don't know off the top of my head the turning movements for each approach. Like, for example, if I think something you're maybe alluding to, if there were like a dual left turn from 68th Street, does that alleviate enough of the congestion to, improve north-south travel? But I can say that adding the right turn lane, the dedicated right turn lane on the southbound approach, like I said, that does improve that southbound through movement, which means you need less green time for that movement, which then can allocate more green time to 68th Street and hopefully see some improvement there. I would have to look at the analysis we did at this intersection to see kind of the before-after on some of those specific movements, but I do know that overall the intersection operates better with the bat lane projects in both directions because of the dedicated space for right-turning vehicles.
And then finally, there's this thought that like all of this has to be done before the K line is operational. You're looking at what should be done before it's operational and what could come later, right? I mean, because this is phasing, or is the thought that all of these things have to be built and constructed before the K line? Because it seems like some things, I would guess that you're looking at, hey, there's some things that would be nice to have, but they can wait down the road because they don't have as big a magnitude of a difference or a benefit, but they might as we continue to grow as a community. Hey, we might need to bring that on 10 years or 15 years from now.
Anything that we put in the locally preferred alternative has to be operational when the K line begins revenue service because it's part of our agreement with FTA. So when we're making that agreement with FTA, again, not the first rating, but when we get our final rating, we're saying, FTA, this is the project we're going to propose. These are the improvements that are going to be in place. And even something as little as like, oh, we're actually not going to put a shelter at that station. We're going to do that later. That's a no-go for FTA. When this starts revenue service, if it's starting revenue service with funds they've given us, we have to deliver the project we promised them. If there's a project that we're like, we don't need this in 2030, but maybe by 2035 we need it, that would be not in the FTA agreement, not in our small starts agreement. That would be a separate agreement between Kirkland and Metro to maybe implement projects later. So there is a way to do that, but anything we put in our small starts agreement has to be delivered when revenue service starts in 2030.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it looks like this is the last slide highlighting some of the proposed projects in the slide deck. So I wanted to highlight another project that wasn't included in the PowerPoint presentation, but was included in the memo under Table 1, Proposed K-Line Speed and Reliability Projects in Kirkland. It's the first project in there with curbing adjustments on 120th Avenue Northeast through the village at Totem Lake. This is a project that, many of us here know is not just related to the K-line, right? This is a current issue that we're experiencing with current Metro service with at least the 225, needing to go through the village at Totem Lake and not being able to just because of the lane width and concerns with Metro drivers and safely being able to navigate through there. Because of that, and I would like to see this prioritized even sooner than in preparation for the K-line. I mean, this is something that's mutually beneficial between the city of Kirkland and King County Metro. So I'd like to see us explore options to prioritize this project and partnering on getting this project. It doesn't seem like a very heavy lift from my understanding, but I'm no transportation engineer, but in the way that it's been described to me, it seems like something that should be low-hanging fruit, that we should be able to prioritize soon so that we don't have to wait until, we're implementing all the different K-line projects, that we can do this sooner and get that so that we can have better service sooner on existing lines within the city of Kirkland. So can you speak to that and the feasibility of being able to prioritize that sooner?
Yes, absolutely. And this was also one of the very first projects when I took over the K-line that Doug and his team brought up to me, and the importance of getting buses back on 120th. So we have done a fair bit of research. I've talked with our grants team who work a lot with FTA and with these small start grants projects, and also with other groups at Metro like transit route facilities and groups that would have to help deliver this work. And the short answer is we can deliver projects earlier, and there's sort of a sweet spot between the projects being included in our rating package, and then the project being delivered sooner than some of the other improvements. When that usually happens, the project has to be funded locally, and then we kind of get reimbursed by FTA later because they won't be like, well, here's some money earlier, and then here's a lot more money later. They just give us one check at one time. So if we wanted to accelerate this improvement, we need it to be included in our rating package, but there are ways to accelerate early delivery of certain projects. It just requires more coordination between Metro and Kirkland, and we've been willing to do that. We've been talking internally about how to make it happen, and I'm confident we can for this improvement on 120th.
Thank you. Well, please let us know how we can support that, because that's certainly something we hear a lot from the community is wanting to see this prioritized. Thank you.
One thing to add to that is we are also talking to the property owner in that area, Center Cal, just to make sure that we're all on the same page about everything. And so we do have some future conversations that we'll need to have with them as well. But yeah, just wanted to highlight that one point.
Great, thanks, Dan. Back to you.
All right, this is my last slide. And again, we just wanted to make sure that you were informed about the letter from the Lake Washington Institute of Technology. They're really interested in figuring out how to connect. We have had, and these are just common themes, lots of questions and comments about the service to Seattle, questions about property impacts. We have received quite a few letters and comments that are in support of the K-line, so wanted you to let you know that as well. And with that, I lie, this is my last slide. So we plan to come back on March 4th with the remaining record of support memos, and then back again on March 18th for the letter of support request for the locally preferred.
City Manager, do you have something to add?
Only when they're done. Only when they're done. If anyone had any questions on that.
Council, any further comments, questions? City Manager?
Okay, thank you. Well,
Councilmember
we're
Sweet?
sweet. I just see, did you have any?
Okay.
So just following up on Metro's outreach, so they've done a great job, but one of the things, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're learning is a lot of folks are saying, oh, we're hearing about this for the first time. So our team has also been doing a lot to try to figure out between the city manager's office and the transportation staff about how to get better information on our own webpage. So you're going to start to see new documents with links. We can start to add some of the technical work as well, but we're trying to really beef up the whole section on the K-line for the public and the council. One thing that's kind of fun, I just talked to David about, we're actually going to try to bring the K-line to life by actually driving it and actually have video so you can actually see where it goes from and to, because you see that map and it's sort of like it's on a page. But I wasn't going to go over this list, but I just think it's important to remember. So this starts at Evergreen Health, which is our largest employer. It goes to the Village of Totem Lake. It comes to downtown Kirkland, our transit center, so it's right by the library, the Kirkland Performance Center, CATA, Peter Kirk Park, Lee Johnson Field, Titchoff to the marina. Then goes by both Google campuses, which is our second largest set of employers, right? It goes by Northwest University. It goes on down to downtown Bellevue, and all those at the Bellevue Transit Center let you hit to the light rail into Seattle or into Redmond. It also stops at the 85th station to connect to the bus rapid transit that's going to go up and down 405. So we're going to try to show all that in an actual sort of visual way that people can actually see what this could mean to someone who either can't drive a car or just wants to choose to take transit, right? So we're kind of excited about that. And then of course it ends at the Eastgate Park and Ride. So more to come on that. David has that assignment. We'll probably have to speed it up so it doesn't look like you're stuck in traffic as you as you go through there. But we just want to highlight that. And if the council has any suggestions about ways that we can also bring kind of innovative ways to bring the K-line more to life, we want to make sure that we do that as well. So just wanted to let you know that.
Wonderful. Anything else, Kim?
That's all for me, thank you.
Okay. I just want to thank you all for coming, and I really want to thank you for your public engagement. You guys have been very accessible. I know you've attended quite a few neighborhood meetings, and it's good that the community has a chance to ask you questions directly. So thank you for spending that time. Thanks all. Oh, we are concluded with our study session. We'll be back for our regular meeting at 7:30. Yeah.
Definitely from
What are you doing? Are you guys ready?
sometimes.
All right, we are back in session following a briefing on the King County Metro K line. We are going to move now to honors and proclamations, and I do see our special guest here. Before having Councilmember Tim Chisholm read the proclamation on the Day of Remembrance of Japanese American Incarceration, I want to take a moment to remember a special member of our community, Mitsuko Ikari, who passed away in June 2024. Mitsuko was a Nisei, which means a second-generation Japanese American, who personally experienced the wrongful incarceration of American citizens. Mitsuko was born in Seattle, and when she was young, her family moved to California. But her family was scattered when they were forced to different Japanese American internment camps during World War II. Mitsuko and her mother were sent to the relocation center in Potsdam, Arizona. Mitsuko was allowed to leave the concentration camp when she decided to study nursing and became a cadet nurse in Minneapolis. There she met and married Peter Osaka, who joined her husband, Peter Okada, who joined her husband in Osaka, Japan during the occupation. Mitsuko and Peter moved to Kirkland in 1980, and she lived in this community until she passed away last year. She expressed that there was nowhere else she would rather live than Kirkland. The deputy mayor and I met Mitsuko and her family a year ago when she accepted the Day of Remembrance of Japanese American Incarceration proclamation at her home. And I think I can speak for Deputy Mayor. It was a very special afternoon. Mitsuko sadly passed away a few months later at age 98. She is survived by her beloved family of 5 children, 11 grandchildren, and 18 great-grandchildren. Tonight, Mitsuko's granddaughter, Mariko Alston, has joined us in her honor. Go ahead and stand up. I know you're recording, but... And I just want to thank her for being here tonight. And we miss Mitsuko, and I really appreciate you sharing your family with us. So, Councilmember Tim Chisholm will read the proclamation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So while the council members are coming up, we're going to be proclaiming February 19th as Japanese Day of Remembrance in Kirkland. For all the reasons that will be articulated in the proclamation, I just want to let folks know that on the memo on the webpage, there are links to much more information about this that people can follow to learn more. And here to receive the proclamation is Dale Watanabe, who's the commander of the Nisei Veterans Committee, who will accept the proclamation. Go ahead.
Proclaiming February 19th, 2025 as Day of Remembrance of Japanese American Incarceration in Kirkland. Whereas on February 19th, 1942, shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which authorized forced evacuation and incarceration of thousands of loyal United States citizens because of their Japanese ancestry. And whereas other countries followed the United States in issuing similar orders, including Canada, Mexico, Peru, Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. And whereas on May 20th, 1942, approximately 60 Japanese American families from Bellevue boarded a train in Kirkland bound for a relocation center in Tule Lake, Northern California. Whereas over 2.5 years from 1942 to 1945, the U.S. government removed Japanese Americans from their homes on the West Coast from the states of California, Washington, Oregon, and the Alaska Territory without a trial or due process, and many unable to inform their families, forcing them into internment camps in unfamiliar lands in the states of Montana, New Mexico, North Dakota. Whereas approximately 7,390 Americans of Japanese descent from Western Washington and Alaska were forcibly relocated and incarcerated in concentration camps where they endured miserable conditions and treatment by military guards. And whereas, despite these experiences, thousands of young Japanese Americans enlisted in the U.S. Armed Forces, bravely fighting to defend the nation that was abridging their own freedoms at home. And whereas we honor their sacrifice as well as the resilience that made it possible for thousands of Japanese American families to reclaim and rebuild their lives after the war. And whereas the U.S. government in 1988 admitted that the forced evacuation and incarceration of Japanese American families was based on race, prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. And whereas this stain on our history should remind us to always stand up for our fellow Americans, and that acknowledgement of past injustices can help bring people together around a recommitment to the shared values in our country of civil rights and civil liberties. Whereas the City Council has worked to demonstrate a deliberate and intentional effort to create a Kirkland where everyone belongs through the approval of Resolution 5240 in February of 2017 and R 5434 in August of 2020, and the adoption of a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging 5-year roadmap in July of 2022 that identifies actions to ensure that Kirkland is a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all people. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, does hereby proclaim February 19th, 2025 as Remembrance of Japanese American Incarceration during World War II in Kirkland, and calls upon the Kirkland community to join in solemn remembrance of the issuance of Executive Order 9066 in 1942 and to commemorate the rescission of that same order on February 19th, 1976.
Thank you. We're honored to receive this proclamation. I'm impressed by how accurate that is and how complete it is. My name's Dale Watanabe. I'm the commander of the Nisei Veterans Committee. The Nisei Veterans Committee is an organization of the World War II vets. Those were the founders back in 1946 who came back after the war and decided they wanted to hang out together, you know? And we actually have a place in Seattle, 12th and King, a very safe place to be. But these guys came back and they did want to hang out together because they went through so much back then. I'm Sansei, so I'm third generation. So if you go by Japanese, it's Ichi ni San. And our granddaughter over here is a Yonsei. So we do keep count that way still. But in Japanese, the Issei is that first generation, that first set of immigrants. And so the Nisei are the ones who were born of those immigrants who are the U.S. citizens. And so 2/3 of those 120,000 were U.S. citizens when they went. And there were about 33,000 Nisei soldiers who served both in Europe and also in the Pacific. The 442nd Regimental Combat Team and the 100th Battalion who served in Europe were the most decorated and continue to be the most decorated unit of its time and length of service in the history of the U.S. military. Their feats and bravery in battle were amazing. And a lot of those guys came back to prejudice here. And so the reason why NVC still exists is actually because back then they tried to join some of the veteran organizations of the day, and they weren't allowed because of who they were or what their heritage was, I should say. Today, that's very, very different because those organizations welcome, our veterans and so on. Mike here is actually a retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and past commander, and I'm the son of a veteran. So thank you for all of that. I want to invite all of you, to a Memorial Day ceremony that will be our 80th consecutive year at Lakeview Cemetery up on Capitol Hill. We've only got a few of those original Nisei still around, and I don't know how many will actually show up. My uncle, who is actually ran a business in Bellevue Nursery, if anybody knows that. But he served in the 442nd. He passed away last year at 101. So that Memorial Day was one of the last ones that he came to. And my cousin had actually called me the night before and said, "Hey, are you going to video this thing?" And I said, "Why?" I said, "Well, I don't know if Dad's going to be able to make it, because he's he's probably not going to know any difference between the video and reality, and which was too bad." But at 9:30 the next morning, he was actually the first person that showed up along with his caregiver. She said, "He's been up since 3 a.m. because he didn't want to miss this." And that's the kind of dedication to his compatriots and the kind of thing that he wanted to make sure that he represented for all of those fallen. So I invite you to a Memorial Day ceremony, Lakeview Cemetery, 10 o'clock to 11, and then we're done. But also, please come to NVC Memorial Hall. There's a museum there. We have a lot of history of those Americans of Japanese ancestry. And we give tours all the time, but you have to call me first to get in. So thank you, City of Kirkland.
I'm going to give you this, and then we're going to take a picture. All right, I'm going to take a quick moment of personal privilege here. We have Girl and Boy Scout Troop 570, is that right? Here, if you guys want to come up, we'll do a quick picture with council, because I don't know how long you're going to want to stay through our long business meeting. So council, if you want to collect.
Okay, let's have you center on
Yeah.
the,
All right, thank you, everyone. Now we are going to move on to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. As a reminder, we now provide up to 45 minutes for our items for the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject regardless of their position on the subject. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items for the audience period, Please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting. We ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not applaud or clap after a speaker or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to our meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others, and we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to the staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting or opposing a candidate's campaign or a ballot position. Kirkland prides itself on being a welcoming, respectful community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers, expressing their viewpoints, regardless of content. It says Madam Clerk. I apologize. Who do we have signed up to speak?
Our first three speakers are Jennifer Loy, Neil Lebec, and Carmen Delzio.
Jennifer Loy. Welcome.
Caroline Woods Park Chronicles, Epilogue. So 2 weeks after the Parks Director told me that Caroline Woods Park would not be cleaned up to the standard of peer parks, it was cleaned up to the standard of peer parks. Why? In preparation for a summer Parks Board tour. You've seen this movie before. The July 2023 cleanup of downtown Seattle for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. November 2023, San Francisco cleaned up for President Xi Jinping's visit. Some would fault me for not giving grace to the Parks Director and her Deputy Director. They did both come from the University of Arizona, where grounds maintenance largely consists of cacti, rock gardens, and spray-painted grass. These two specialized in recreation programs, although they had 6 to 8 years to learn the parks side of the business in Kirkland. This should have been a routine customer service call that started with an acknowledgement and validation of the problem and a promise and action to remedy it within a reasonable time. End of story. Instead, I was met with denial, misdirection, lies, retaliation, supervisor to director that resulted in this shameful expose. When I came to meetings, I was prepared. They came unprepared. There's one humble and responsive person with authority in parks who has excellent customer service skills and follow-through. Remarkably, it was not the judgment of the leadership duo to put him on this problem. I have called him Mr. Nordstrom, hearkening to the once gold standard of customer service. I recommend the entire Parks and Recreation organization be audited by an outside consultant. Break off parks from recreation and homelessness. The current leadership does not demonstrate the expertise or genuine interest in this area. Both could be better managed independently. Quote, "Our mission must be to speed up government, improve customer service, and center the people in every decision we make." Can you guess who said this? It's our new governor, Ferguson. Allocate funds in 2025 to put the entire Parks Department through professional customer service training with extra customer service training for management so that they will have the skills to align with, quote, "our values of an inclusive and welcoming city." Things are a lot better at Caroline Woods now with Mr. Nordstrom, but there are still troubling details I will share with the city manager that need resolution. I hope this tale motivates you as city council people to rededicate your attention to your elected role of managing and holding city government departments accountable rather than too many regional committee distractions. The end. Or is it?
Thank you. Next, we have Neil Liebeck.
Good evening, council members. My name is Neil Liebeck. I live and work in Kirkland. I just wanted to say, after watching the study session earlier today about the K-line, number one, I'm excited about the K-line. You know, it sounds like you all are and Metro is. But as a resident of Kirkland, it's really cool to see such robust, good bus service coming to Kirkland in the near future. And as someone who was disappointed by the 255 service cuts, you know, those cuts affected my own decisions about whether to take the bus or drive. It's kind of a bummer having it not be quite so easy to get to Seattle via public transit. So I was glad to see the city council sort of focused on, you know, making sure that there's still a good story for Kirkland residents going to Seattle after the K-line comes in and after there's a restructuring of routes. So sort of, you know, thank you. It seems like the city's taking the right approach. I'm excited about this partnership with Metro. I'm also hoping that, you know, the comp plan that just got approved last fall, there was a focus on putting more housing in urban centers near transit. And so I hope to see that happen as the sort of, you know, the city builds out the vision that the comp plan espouses. During the comp plan hearings, there were reasonable questions from Kirkland community members about, you know, if Metro's cutting service, you know, why should we invest in making housing near transit happen if Metro's not going to invest? And so now with the K-line, the fact that Metro is investing, I hope that Kirkland does also sort of, you know, fulfill its half of that bargain and put more housing near this really good transit service that we have coming. And also, I noticed that there's an item later in the meeting about the Kirkland urban ordinance. And so I live in the uptown apartments in Kirkland urban. I suspect that this might be out of the city's control or out of scope, but just a comment about that Kirkland Urban East building that's currently a hole in the ground. I think my understanding is the original plans were to have housing there, but then the plans switched to put in offices, and then COVID happened and sort of companies cutting back on office space happened, and nothing's been done with that hole in the ground. And so I guess if there's any way, if it was possible, or to sort of incentivize housing to be put there instead, or if there are any sort of artificial barriers preventing that, that would be great. But you know, if the plans are already set in stone or if it's out of the city's control, then I understand. Anyways, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Carmen? Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks, members of the council. I'm here on behalf of the Kirkland Community Foundation. I want to start with my sincere appreciation for your continued support of our work and our shared commitment to make Kirkland a fabulous, wonderful place to live and work. The city's partnership has been invaluable as we have continued to evolve and expand to better serve our residents, local nonprofits, and community initiatives. So I have a little bit of an update. I kind of gave it up a little bit in the beginning, but as many of you know, in 2019, we transitioned our name from the Kirkland Parks Foundation to the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation to reflect our growing mission beyond parks. We started trying to do more to support nonprofits and to lead community initiatives and manage. We've also added some things like managing donor-advised funds and impactful giving. But now, as our work has continued to grow, we are becoming even more community-driven, focusing on philanthropy, impactful philanthropy, civic engagement, and we're taking the next step in our evolution, and we've officially become the Kirkland Community Foundation. So you no longer have to be confused. It's only like super short. And you can just say the Community Foundation. You don't have to, it's going to make it easier for everybody. We think this fully encompasses our mission as a hub of philanthropy, nonprofit support, and impactful community partnerships. But rest assured that while our name has evolved, our dedication to preserving and supporting Kirkland's beloved parks remains integral to our work alongside broader efforts to mobilize resources and strengthen, the whole community. As part of this whole transition, I did bring you each an annual report, but I'm kind of new on how to give those to you, so someone will find me and I will hand them over to you. So you can kind of see a recap of our work from 2024, thanks to the dedication and generosity of this community. I'm particularly excited about one part of that. Since I was last here and I had a big check, I don't have a check for you today, but since I was last here, we did mail out 25 checks that totaled nearly $40,000 to support 25 local nonprofits that support Kirkland. It was a really great opportunity, a really great honor. It was part of the Ignite Kirkland program. It was the first time that we've done such a thing, such a granting program. We're going to keep growing it, and it was wonderful to see the way our community has responded. The next time you'll see that again is in fall, a little earlier this next year, and we hope that people will continue to ask for what they need and help us kind of centralize a place for people to find new places to give. Initially, in the last, another thing that happened this last year, we added 4 new board members I wanted to make sure you know about. We added Steve Legg, who's a Lake Washington High School graduate, Diane Bell, who served on lots and lots of commissions here.
Carmen?
Yes?
You see that red light?
Did I stop? Oh my God, no, I didn't. All right, well, hey, this is last minute. The last thing I want to make sure you know is that we're kicking off the For the Love of Kirkland, and registration for that opens tomorrow, and you can find out more on our website.
Thank you.
I never go over. That's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Louita Hawkinson, Scott Aldridge, and Julia Freeman.
All right. Sit down, Mr. Zimmerman. Lolita.
Hi, I'm Louita Hawkinson, and I'm representing Kirkland Heritage Society this evening for a bit of history. I was especially interested in the proclamation for the Japanese internment. I would like to add a little bit, since it was all about Bellevue. There were 443 residents, from newborn babies to senior citizens, that left Kirkland. They came, majority did come from Bellevue, but they also came from Bothell and Redmond and Kirkland. Want to address the Kirkland family. It was the Yabuki family. They were a family of 8, mom and dad, and their 6 kids. Their oldest son was at the UW, and he later served in the 442. The 2 daughters had just graduated in 1941 from Kirkland High School. 2 more daughters were in 2nd grade, and then there was the little baby who was a toddler and still in diapers. When they left, they went to Puyallup. That's where the Assembly Center was, and from there they went to Tule Lake. When they left Kirkland that Wednesday, they also left their baby, their firstborn, that was born in 1920, and he's in the Kirkland Cemetery. So that shows how long they've been here. All those kids were born in Houghton. They had a greenhouse. They were trunk gardeners. They did not own their land because there weren't any children old enough. The baby, the person that would have been able to give them the land by then was buried in the Kirkland Cemetery. Anyway, I just want them remembered, because they were from Kirkland. The ones that were, they all kept in touch with their classmates. Did an oral history with the 2nd graders. Their teacher had them their classmates write letters to them. The other ones kept in touch down in Tule Lake. Anyway, I just want you to know that the proclamation of Kirkland, they did get shipped from Kirkland because we had the train station. They met at 122 Kirkland Avenue, which is now Central Tavern. I'm just giving you some history. And that's it. And I'm done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing. Scott Aldridge. Scott still here? Okay. Julie Freeman. Julie, no puppy.
Not today, it's just me. I would like to talk about the bat lanes proposed on 108th northbound. And to be clear, we're not arguing against buses. Buses go up and down 108th all day long. And we're not arguing against the K-line. That's clearly a pet project, and we recognize that's probably going to go through. What we are arguing against is the unnecessary expense and the disruption that these bus lanes are going to cause. To propose to dig up this small stretch for another $10 million, this is a street with sidewalks on both sides, a dedicated turn lane, bike lane, plantings, and it was newly repaved just a few years ago. It's ridiculous. It seems to us that this is a project that the city would love because you get to set something in motion, take credit for it, wash your hands of it, and then hand it off to Metro. The problem is 68th, 70th Street. That's the bottleneck, and that's what needs to be addressed. And the traffic slowing on 108th, that is merely a symptom, and it's not the cause of congestion. And yet, bat lanes are being proposed. Those serve to get Metro through the intersection, and then they go merrily on their way. There's no benefit to anyone else who is driving that road. It's actually to the detriment and the expense of our little neighborhood. This is a 16-mile-long route, and you would have us believe that there's no other area that can be found to make up a 1 or 2 minute time savings except for this street. This is a neighborhood. There are houses on both sides, up and down. There's no easement. They're right up near the road. And look, I'm just one person, and I think, what do I matter? We're just a small neighborhood, and what difference can we make? But the city and Metro imply that the answer to that is that we don't, and we can't. We think that the bat lanes are not being built because they're the best idea. They're not. They're not being built because they're the right thing to do, because that's not true either. We think that they are building them because they can. And frankly, I would not want that on my resume, that I set a project in motion by steamrolling your constituents and the residents just because you could. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Markey.
Close enough. Good evening. I'm Tom Markle. I'm the CEO of the Nelson Legacy Group. We're responsible for the Nelson properties. One of the properties we own is the Houghton Starbucks at the corner of 68th and 108th. And as you saw tonight in the presentation from Metro, Metro is looking at putting a receiving lane, a BAT lane, right in front of the Starbucks. And on the diagram they showed you, it's a neat little red line, but that's not how it's going to be. The bat lane would be about 10 feet wide. And right now, the Metro, or the Starbucks parking lot, comes right up to the sidewalk, and there's a retaining wall there. So that 10 feet is going to come out of the Starbucks parking lot. They've also proposed a large station. That station requires a 10 by 50 foot concrete pad. So that's another 10 feet. So we're up to 20 feet. And of course, there's going to have to be a new retaining wall. That's going to take another bite out of that parking lot. As you shorten the parking lot, you also shorten the driveway, which is already steep, and it would be replaced by an even steeper driveway. And to make the turn in the driveway immediately in front of the Starbucks to get into the parking lot would have to eliminate some parking spots there. So all in all, their proposal is going to result in Starbucks losing half their parking. Now, Starbucks relies upon parking both for convenience and as a place for their customers to leave their cars while they go inside with their laptops or meet with others, for their business to prosper. We eliminate half of the parking spots at the Houghton Starbucks. We eliminate the Houghton Starbucks. Starbucks will leave. So Starbucks is gone. Now, the first question that comes to mind is, well, there's a shopping center there. Why don't they just park in the shopping center? Well, The first thing you need to know is the Starbucks is a separate property and not part of the shopping centers. It's separate ownership, and there's no right to park there by the Starbucks customers. I think if you've used that shopping center, you'll know the parking lot is often very full, and it doesn't really have room to spare, especially in the parking spots that Starbucks customers would like to use. And those are the ones closest to the Met Markets and the Bartels, and those parking spots are really highly prized by those businesses. When we get reports of Starbucks customers parking there, we get complaints from the Houghton tenants. And then finally,
Mr. Markle?
Yes,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
your time is up.
okay, sorry.
But
and
you're free to send us an email.
I will send you an email, but thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk, who do we have next?
The next three speakers are Gary Greenberg, Margaret Landon, and Alex Zimmerman. Margaret Landon, the second speaker, is virtual.
Thank you. Gary?
Good evening. This past Saturday, residents and business owners of the Houghton community spent around 90 minutes talking and walking 108th Avenue Northeast with King County Council member Claudia Balducci. We had spoken with the council member earlier in the week, and it was she who suggested our little walkabout to see firsthand the significant northbound impacts the city is recommending, in addition to southbound BAT lanes, which are in Metro's plans. I invite you as a council, understanding that we can't all do it together, but maybe in small groups or individually, to do the same. Let's walk 108th together. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the area, because right now it appears that decisions are being made off of maps, engineering recommendations, and traffic data that, as we heard tonight, Metro seems to have, but have been withholding. But how many of you have actually walked 108th to see firsthand the direct impacts the transportation officials are planning? It's all based off of a report from 8 years ago. I must admit, until this past Saturday, as I walked 108th, I wasn't fully aware of the full extent of the impacts that the proposed right-of-way acquisition would have on our neighbors and businesses. I hope that over the next few weeks that each of you take the time to walk about the route and look at alternatives, think about alternatives. Speaking of alternatives, rather than positioning a BAT lane or queue jump from 62nd to 68th, this lane could begin at the fire station and continue through 68th where the real issues are. That would mitigate impacts on 8 residents. Can we ask Metro to see a time-saving study on that? The other is the traffic signal at 60th. What's the necessity here? If a BAT lane on city-controlled Northwest University right-of-way is shown to have effectiveness, then why can't a 5-time-per-hour bus simply merge back into regular traffic at 60th without the need of a signal? Can we please ask that this be studied by Metro as well? All of this would still provide time savings which will fall well within delivering Metro's prescribed goals for rapid ride routes, and also provide Kirkland with the increased rapid and frequent transit service that the city has been desiring. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Margaret Landon, who's virtual. Margaret?
Sorry, I had to unmute.
That's all right, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Margaret Landon. Wait, hold on, just one moment. Be back.
We stop our clock.
My apologies.
Go ahead. Margaret?
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, can you?
We can hear you. Go ahead. You're running out of your...
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can.
I'm so sorry about that. Can you tell this is my first time?
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh boy. All right, give me just 1 second to regroup. I'll stay within my 3 minutes, I promise. Okay, my name is Margaret Landon. I'm a resident of 108th. I am on the east side and would be impacted, or my area would be impacted by the bat lanes. I've been in Kirkland for almost 20 years. I definitely think Kirkland needs better bus service. And I hope that the council takes a moment and slows down a bit to look at some of the other options provided because of the impact. I'm someone, I'm a single mom. I'd love to stay in Kirkland. 10 million doesn't sound like that much, but it's an impact to neighbors. That doesn't count for the cost of acquiring any property that might be needed. And at what point are we really going to see the value for 2 minutes? So I hope that it's reconsidered. The bus could still come through here, but do we need this much disruption and impact to also the area businesses? I also agree with one of the earlier speakers that this route is not going to actually fix the problem because of the backup on 68th up to 70th. That can take 20 minutes plus to go through. So I'm hoping that the city does look at some other alternatives, provides more time for study before moving forward, as I do believe there are some other alternatives that don't cost as much money, and really question the validity of this project if we're talking about 2 minutes and the cost to taxpayers with all of Kirkland sharing in that cost. And also the fact that Claudia Balducci walked through our neighborhood says a lot about her. And I hope that the council finds a time to be hosted as well and walk through the neighborhood to see what the impact would be. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, Mr. Zimmerman, you're up.
Turn out because I'm totally.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a common sense, I think, need for everybody because it's much simple. Yeah. My name Alex Zimmerman. I'm president of Stand Up America. Support Trump for 10 years, and I'm MAGA member. So for many years, I come in here about Japanese problem. So I'm totally confused. For me, this look like a cheap, dirty, damn Nazi, fascist, anti-Semite propaganda. You know what it means? Fascist propaganda. You are bandita, it's normal. Yeah. No, first, Roosevelt did a very good decision a year ago about incarcerate these 100,000, something like these people. Cannot kill. Yeah, little bit live in different location. It's normal, common sense decision in this time. Comparable to situation what the Japanese did, for example, in China, I'm not too much sure because I read this on internet. In Shanghai, for 1 day, they killed 300,000 Chinese with swords, cut head. Never German Nazi or Soviet commie did this. They good, yeah. And another point what is totally confused me, nobody remember this couple ship with Jew, what is American sent back to Germany, and they all dead. Yeah, yeah. This happens sometimes, you know what it means. Decision, government decision can be absolutely idiotic, yeah. So right now I give you example for another idiotic decision, what is you council have here. No, I don't talking about prosecute me 5 times. You never will be remember about this. Trump 4 times, Alex Zimmerman 5 times. Who care about this? We have executive order what is make Trump couple weeks ago about freedom of speech. Executive order is a rule for every government in the United States of America in every level. So free speech supposed to be restored, you understand? He did this for special reason, because we don't have this. It exists for 250 years ago, but not in state Washington, not in King County, and not in Kirkland. So for example, like you block people so you cannot bring a sign, you know what it means. So right now you, under this executive order, you are acting like a criminal. You are a criminal, a pure bandita. So you need to understand this. This executive order supposed to be used everybody who work for government, without exception. So what is I can do in? Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution, viva common sense, what is we don't have in this location, not Kirkland, State Washington, probably for 30 years, but as I know. Thank you very much.
All right, before continuing, I want to offer a comment on behalf of City Council. Mr. Zimmerman's statements are hurtful and offensive to our community. The City Council does not condone those comments. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe and inclusive, welcoming place for all. At the same time, Items for the Audience does provide an opportunity for community members to express their views to council regardless of content. Mr. Zimmerman is exercising his First Amendment right of freedom of the speech. Moving on, City Clerk.
The next three speakers are Kyle Sullivan, Radu Baccio, and Scott Denman. Scott Denman is virtual.
Thank you. Kyle, welcome. Hang on one second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you're number 6 on the K line. Is that correct? That is correct. Okay, so after this, we can take no more comments on the K line. Go ahead, Kyle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm excited about the K line. You can probably suspect of that. I really appreciate all of the questions and clarification and ask for more detail that council's been putting forward. I thought that Metro's presenter also is really sharp on the subject, so I really appreciate that they have really talented staff working on this. There's also a good comment from, I think, the city manager about all the important places that this will connect. You know, Evergreen Health, Totem Lake, through the Growth Center at Totem Lake, 85th Street downtown, and then all the way to Bellevue. So I think those are all really great things. At the same time, there's a lot more details to be figured out about the speed and reliability improvements. And I hope that we can find a way to get these details more accessible to the community, because it's really difficult to understand how these really big improvements actually translate to benefit to the community over time, because while they are big capital projects, for every speed improvement that we make, that means that it's fewer buses and fewer operators that they have to have on the road, which means that there's just more resources available for both the K line and the other routes in Kirkland, because even though the K line is a great route, obviously there's no one route that can serve all of Kirkland. So we need to be smart with how our transit services operate so that we have more resources to give to everyone. And I can also appreciate how, even though this is just early in the design stage, I can appreciate how seeing a red line on a map makes it sound like it's a done deal. This is going to happen and it's going to negatively impact someone. So I hope there's a way to better signal how this is an ongoing project, ongoing process, and how Metro will be evaluating these things. And yeah, I just hope they continue their robust engagement and that you all as a council keep pushing for what's best for Kirkland. So thank you.
Thank you. Radu? Hi.
First time here.
Welcome.
I just learned the rules of engagement. I do have to agree that this would be better, but that's
You're welcome.
That's
Turn
where
around.
my agreement, stops with the previous gentleman. Yeah, so I put down, I think, communication as kind of the topic. It's more like dialogue between the city council and the citizens. I just want to tell you kind of my story, why I decided to actually come and talk to you in person. I would prefer email, but that didn't work. So a couple of months ago, or even weeks, there was that email sent saying, hey, we're having this plan for Kirkland. Here's a link, you can comment. We welcome your comments. And at first glance, this was just a perfectly awesome, transparent government. Great. I clicked on the link was broken. I read the fine print said, oh, and we're gonna make a decision in a week. Okay, I don't have time to comment, you guys don't have time to read my comments, or anybody else's for that matter, right? This is not dialogue. So I said, okay, let me send an email. So I sent an email to every single council member. How many responses do you think I got? 1. So the mass mailing didn't work, had broken links, and obviously no time to gather any meaningful feedback. Email goes unanswered. I want to understand, how can I get to talk to council members? Right? Obviously, email would have been perfect because it's less of my time, less of your time. Probably many people come with the same things. You can have canned responses, right? But nobody responded. One person responded. Everybody else did not. And that's not okay. So if you can have like office hours with council members or you know, better ways for you to have a dialogue with the community. That's all I had. I'll give a minute back. And next time I'll be back better prepared. I know the rules and probably have a script or something. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Scott Denman. Oh, Scott's virtual?
Correct.
Hello?
Scott, go ahead, welcome.
Hi, welcome. I was initially signed up to speak about the K line, but we've hit the limit on that, I see. So I have another comment that I'd like to make, and it's just kind of a quick one. Regarding pedestrian safety in Kirkland. I live in Totem Lake. I walk around Totem Lake a lot. I take buses in Kirkland. And one of the issues that I've noticed, and it's been getting worse, I'd say, over the years, I've been in Kirkland for almost 15 years now, is pedestrian safety. Just a walk around a Kirkland on almost any weekday, you'll see a lot of cars making unsafe maneuvers, cars making right turns on red with pedestrians and crosswalks, a lot of speeding, especially on streets with narrow sidewalks. There's a bit of construction going around Totem Lake as well. So, you know, the pedestrians are kind of put in maybe not the best, you know, ideal circumstances, but, you know, we've kind of built this area that's very heavily focused on cars. There's a lot of cars moving around. And they've, you know, the development has been prioritized for that. But as we build Kirkland going forward in the future, I'd like us to see more consideration on pedestrian safety and comfort. You know, one of the reasons a lot of people don't like to walk or take a bus is because it just doesn't feel safe sometimes. Nobody wants to walk on a busy street with cars zipping in and out of parking lots. You know, it's just not a great experience. But if we build a city where walking, cycling, other non-car based modes of transportation are not an afterthought, but actually a forethought and actually given priority, I think we can build a city that encourages more sustainable forms of transit and just a general better quality of life. I think people would typically enjoy taking a walk down to do, you know, some shopping, go out and eat, and just go about their day without having to get in a car and drive everywhere, search for parking, deal with traffic. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, City Clerk, who do we have left?
There are 2 speakers, both virtual, Nevis Stanfell and David Haynes. Nevis Stanfell is signed up to speak about the K-Line bat lane.
Thank you. And we're still within our 45 minutes? Okay. Nevis? I can't take any more comment. Well, I'll wait till you're here. Nevis, are you there? Okay, thank you. Nevis? Nevis, can you unmute?
I should be unmuted now. Do you all hear me?
I do. I understand that you're going to speak on the K line, and I cannot take any more comments on the K line.
Oh,
So
All right.
we've reached our max. If there's anything else you want to share?
No, I can add on to that comment from the prior gentleman about pedestrian safety. That was certainly something that was on my list of items to share as we look at some of these projects like the Bat Lane on the K line. One of the biggest concerns is around increasing this very residential neighborhood street to 4 lanes of traffic. So we have a lot of driveways, very low visibility driveways, a lot of small side streets located on 108th in this section.
I'm sorry, I am going to have to stick with our rules then. You are edging over into K-line, but you are welcome to send city council an email.
I will definitely be sending an email, but again, the topic really is, and the concern is about pedestrian safety, including all of the school children that use this to go to and from school on their bikes, on their scooters, and walking.
All right, thank you. All right, so our last speaker is David Haynes, and he's virtual also, correct?
He is virtual. He's not currently in the lobby.
Tristan, is he gone? Okay. All right, I am going to close items from the audience. So thank you, everyone. We are now moving on to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,718,892.05 and bills in the amount of $5,243,509.40.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Discussion.
I will get to that next. It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion?
Yeah, there was a error on some minutes.
Yes, I did.
Passed by consent, and I wanted to address that.
City Attorney?
We evaluated both of those and noted that they were Scrivener's errors. We'd correct before they got filed as the official minutes.
Okay, all right.
Councilmember Timpson wants to be clear that he did attend the special session and was not an hour late, so.
So noted, it will be noted as 5 instead of 6. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
It's just worth noting the other Scrivener's errors, my name was spelled wrong, so.
Oh, and they spelled his correctly.
But I did bring it to attention along with yours.
Okay.
How do you spell your name?
They said I was 1 minute late. 1 minute.
You were.
That's.
All right, moving on. The question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to our business agenda. And with council member permission, I would like to move item 9D forward. I see Mark Rowe from Google in the audience, and I think he would appreciate being able to go home along with the rest of the audience members. So any objections? All right, we will do 9D first.
Okay, so I'll tee this up. So Adam Weinstein, our Director of Planning and Building, is going to come address this. We are looking to ask the council to provide a temporary extension of the planned action ordinance related to Kirkland Urban. And as the mayor mentioned, Mark Rowe is here from Google in case you have any questions of Google, but doesn't have a formal part of the presentation. We're looking for a 90-day extension to allow us time to evaluate some of the underlying ordinances and then also schedule a public hearing before the 90-day expires. So with that, Mr. Weinstein.
All right, thanks, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. This is a very short presentation. I have just about 4 slides. Before starting, I just want to go over some of the terminology that we'll be talking about in the context of this development agreement, planned action ordinance extension. First concept is the master plan, which you're familiar with. There's a master plan for Kirkland Urban. We now call it a development plan, but it's basically the document that dictates all the physical elements of the development in Kirkland Urban. Next, there's the planned action ordinance, which is basically a broad environmental review for a bigger geographic area that identifies mitigation measures that are then imposed on individual development projects, streamlining the environmental review for those individual development projects. And then last is the development agreement, which is essentially a voluntary agreement between the city and the property owner that outlines the requirements surrounding the development project and mitigation measures that are imposed on the development project. I'll talk a little bit more about the development agreement as we get into the presentation. You're all very familiar, I think, with the background surrounding the Kirkland Urban Project, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but the master plan, the development agreement, the planned action ordinance were all adopted in 2015. The development agreement and the planned action ordinance expire at the very beginning of March. The Kirkland Urban Project has not been completed at this point. There's one mixed-use office retail project that hasn't been completed. It consists of something like 250,000 square feet of office space and 60,000 square feet of retail space. Google, who is the owner of Kirkland Urban, has requested an extension of the development agreement and the planned action ordinance, but is not requesting any other changes to the terms of the agreement. The last thing I want to mention is if the city or the property owner, Google, wanted to change any of the land uses that are proposed as part of the development plan, that would take the form of an amendment to the master plan or the development plan. And if you recall, back in 2019, the city council did adopt an amendment to the master plan, switching out from some office space for adding some office space, reducing the amount of residential uses that were required, and keeping retail the same. So that happened several years ago, so just wanted to remind you of what happened then. That would be the means of changing the physical parameters of the project. So the approach that we're recommending at this point, as the city manager mentioned, is just extending the term of the planned action ordinance by 3 months to June 1st, 2025. And that would also effectively extend the term of the development agreement as well. And that would give us about 3 months to hold a public hearing on a longer extension if that's something that you want to consider. At that point, we'd also bring back information on the status of the mitigation measures in the planned action ordinance, and then any implications of an extension of the development agreement and the planned action ordinance. I should mention that there are many mitigation measures that are identified in the planned action ordinance, covering not just transportation improvements, but stormwater improvements, other infrastructure improvements, and other elements of the project. So we'll go back into those mitigation measures and update you on the status for all of them. And then after that, you could consider adoption of a longer extension beyond this initial 3 months. And so with that, our recommendation is that you provide any feedback on items that you want us to look into in regards to the development agreement and planned action ordinance besides the status of the mitigation measures, and that you adopt ordinance 4897.
Thank you.
Yep.
Council, any comments, questions? Councilor Pascal?
Well, thanks, Adam. You know, it's good to hear that Google plans to finish out its master plan. One of the things that I had kind of been thinking when I read this was it'd be good to hear a little bit more about how Google plans to attract tenants to the retail spaces, not just the existing retail spaces that have been, some of which have remained vacant since construction, but the new retail spaces that would be built as part of this next building. I would assume that we all have the same interest in seeing that those spaces activated, and it'd just be good information to understand a little bit about what their plan is, and you know, if there's anything that we can do to assist in helping attract tenants. So, you know, I don't know that it's directly related to the development agreement, but I'd just be interested in, since we're having this conversation, I know that's on the minds of many community members, and what can be done and how can we help.
Great, thanks. We can look into that.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
In the category of other research items, one of the pieces of information that will be helpful is understanding what happens when the development agreement expires. whether we choose not to extend it or expire, so we can compare the specificity of the development agreement compared to just what's allowed under general zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else? I just want to add that I would be interested in any short-term plans for the parking lot and the podium as the decisions are made, if and when to build.
Great, we can look into that too. Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Sweet.
I just want to move ordinance 4857. Want to move ordinance 4857.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm to move ordinance 4897. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any, roll call.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Curtis?
Yes. Ordinance carries 7-0. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Go enjoy your dinner. All right, we are now back to our regular business agenda. And everybody wonder, Mr. Rowe and my son lifeguarded together for the city of Kirkland. So we go way back. Our kids are almost hitting 30 now. So, all right, we are at 9A, which is our 2025 legislative session update. City Manager.
So just here to give us that update is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening, Council. Today is we are now officially a third of the way through our legislative session, which is very exciting. So far, the House has introduced more than 1,000 bills. The Senate has introduced over 750, and our city departments have completed over 500 bill reviews. Good news is later this week is policy committee cutoff, so we're going to see a lot of bills die. So we get to take a lot of those bills off of our list. We'll keep tabs on any that are potentially designated necessary to implement the budget later in session, but we'll get to kind of cull our list down from the over 300 as it currently exists. Next week is the fiscal committee cutoff. So the next time I come back to you in March, the legislature will be in full floor mode. So we'll be out of committees. They'll be spending all of their time in caucus and on the floor voting on legislation. So diving into our legislative priorities. House Finance had its REIT day and heard many of the REIT proposals that have been introduced so far. Councilmember Sweet testified in support of any REIT bill that moves forward to include a new local council-managed graduated option for affordable housing, extension of the REIT 2 flexibility expiration, and clarification on the ability to pool funds regionally with partners like Arch. Looking down at our third item on our legislative priorities, Representative Fye, who is the chair of the House Transportation Committee, introduced his road usage charge, or RUC, legislation with House Bill 1921 that most notably for our interests does include maintenance of the 6% gas tax revenue sharing with local governments. We signed in support due to the alignment with our legislative priorities around revenue sharing, but due to the large volume of attention that the hearing received, we did not testify, but we'll continue to identify ways to support advocacy of this policy moving forward. Next, staff and our lobbyists are continuing to support stakeholdering efforts of the PREA bill, as we're affectionately calling it, facilitated by sponsor Representative Salahuddin. The House version has been identified as the vehicle this year and it is scheduled for an executive session later this week, so we are optimistic at this bill's chances as it continues through session. And then quickly on our budget requests, all of our requests have been submitted with sponsors in the 45th and 48th, and so we'll get to thank all of our legislators when we meet with them over the next few days. Taking a look at legislative actions, the legislative work group has signed in support, unless noted as opposed on a few of these, on the following bills related to supporting public schools, city funding, sustainability strategic plan, housing funding and policies, extended producer responsibility, and our behavioral health workforce. As always, if you're interested in testifying or signing in on a hearing in either your individual capacity or on behalf of council, please keep me closely looped so we can be aware and support you as needed. That concludes our dive into the priorities so far this session. As a reminder, we do have city action days this week. Those of you who are attending have your packet of materials. Please remember to bring that with you for tomorrow morning. And starting with our discussion, just one quick item for discussion today that was in your memo and referenced at the last council meeting. The legislative work group is proposing an update to the work group's position recommendation report. The report now only includes the legislation that the work group has discussed and determined a position recommendation instead of moving forward staff recommendations if the work group doesn't have the opportunity to discuss the bill during the meeting. We hope this increases clarity into our bill review process for council and the community. And with that, I turn things over to you for any conversation and discussion.
Council, any comments, questions? You're off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you. See you all bright and early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, Councilmember Sweet.
just if I may, Diana, I just want to compliment you. You have done an amazing job with almost 1,800 bills, with a council that likes to be engaged in these things. How you just gave a report in 6 minutes, I don't know, but well done, and keep up the good work.
All right, we are moving on to 9B, which is our discussion on the 2025-2026 City Work Program. City Manager, are you presenting? Okay.
Thank you. I'll admit mine doesn't have the cool shade that comes down and highlights things that Diana does. So also a huge thanks to Andrea Campbell who helped me put this together. So I appreciate that. So Council, I have about 8 slides to talk about with respect to what I'm now calling the revised city work program. And as a brief background, the reason we're moving this from draft to revised is we had our study session conversation about it. And so the comments that you'll see tonight reflect the comments that you had. We're not looking for a final decision tonight. You're going to have a time to talk about this at the council retreat, and you're also going to have a chance to talk about this at the first and last meetings in March as well. A couple things I wanted to highlight before we get into the updates are remind folks that the city work program is significant issues above and beyond the daily operations of the city. We talked about this the last time, but in my council calls, some of the conversations continue to be, where is that gray line between are you going to do this anyway? Is it daily operations? And is this worthy of being called out as a specific initiative? So just wanted to remind folks that that is, or try to draw some of the distinction. And then the goal here is to make us one of the best places to live, work, and play and be for all members of our community and improve the performance of the organization. So with that, I will highlight some of the changes. So the catalyzed redevelopment of the station area, the council didn't have any changes to this item. Again, these are not necessarily the final words. You can still do a little bit of changes at the March meetings. However, when we got to the discussion of the comprehensive plan and transportation strategic plan, people wanted to emphasize that we were going to look for regional and local transit options. So the underlined and green language is the suggested new language. So we'll just see if anyone has any questions or comments on that amendment. Okay.
I don't see any, but are you taking comments on each one as
I
we
am.
go?
Yeah, sorry, one by one. Thank you.
Then I would like to go back to the first one, and my comment only is, well, you don't have it on here, but you have council goals.
Oh, it's at the bottom.
Oh, there it is. I would just say all, because it also is dependable infrastructure, vibrant neighborhoods, transportation, so.
That's a valid point. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on community safety, this was a comment by Deputy Mayor Arnold that say it clearly that this goal here is to finish the promise of Proposition 1 that was approved by the voters in 2020. And then, so the green language is the new language, and then to renovate the stations and to implement the fire training props, which were not part of the ballot measure, but which the council has funded. So any questions or suggestions on this one?
I see none. Councilmember Falcone would like you to go back one.
Okay.
Thank you for reading my mind, Madam Mayor.
Perhaps I didn't fully
Appreciate
explain the way this works. No,
We're going to do this in a
I
strange
had
way.
bad timing there. Can you clarify here on this one? The way it currently reads is, to me, makes it seem like we're really focusing just on the transportation aspects of the comprehensive plan. Are we really talking about the entirety of the comprehensive plan? All the elements are really just focusing on transportation?
Well, so the key of the original here was that the city council would be picking the priorities of these two documents through the work programs that you adopt at the Planning Commission and the Transportation Commission. But in the conversation, folks want to talk about the K line and also the potential of local transit and also regional transit. And so you asked that we highlight, maybe I didn't quite get it exactly right, but the goal was to say there's a lot in the Transportation Strategic Plan and there's a lot of conversations happening around transit in this next 2 years, so to call that out in some way. So this phrase could be maybe after the work program instead or something, but that was the reason for this highlighted language.
Okay, so this whole item is around transportation, though?
No, it's about both. It's about the comp
Okay.
plan itself and about the Transportation Strategic Plan.
Okay, I would propose maybe a little bit of tweaking of the language, like
So maybe move it
all
down.
the various, something like that, just make it clear that it's all the.
Right, yeah. Okay, sure. No, happy to do that.
Anybody else have thoughts on that one?
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, good catch.
Thank you.
All right, anybody have comments on fire station before we move on? Okay. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So the partnership with the Seattle Kraken, one of the comments made was to be clear that this is an if still, that we would only proceed if the city was able to achieve the public benefits that the council has outlined in the past resolution. So the language here says if the community center and other community benefits as defined by the council are achieved, that we'd seek a partnership, but only under those terms. So I want to make sure I captured that thought appropriately. Okay.
I think we're all right.
One. All right, this one had the most discussion, and I'll highlight that you're also going to talk about this again at the retreat, but I tried to capture the various ideas. I'm not sure if I nailed it. But so one was this needs to be focused and phased, so complete a phased review of the criminal justice system. The question was to remove Kirkland Municipal Court as the sole focus, because we definitely wanted to talk about how the regional system also may impact Kirkland. Then another sub-theme was the adequacy of victim advocacy and support. And then the last one was a refocus on the municipal court as it relates to prosecution and public defense services. So the green language additions are attempting to accomplish all of those things. But open that up for questions or comments.
Councilmember Black.
Let's not spend a lot of time on this. I would just say that when we're talking about municipal court prosecution and public defense service, I think we're talking about prosecution and public defense services in the municipal court, as opposed to possibly creating the confusion that municipal court is being used here as an adjective to describe those two things. Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm also just going to flag something, not really getting into depth now, but just wanted to flag that I'm interested in discussing more the victim advocacy and support, and that it may be part of a criminal justice system, but it also may be outside of the criminal justice system. So I don't have a proposed language change, but just wanted to flag that's something I'd like to discuss further. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet?
I just think that this is one of those ones that we're going to clarify for a few more meetings yet before we really know what. Exactly.
Great.
Okay, I think you can move on.
Thank you. Okay, this was also comment that occurred at the study session, which is to highlight that the Health through Housing project is to be implemented this year, hopefully successfully, and that is a key element of the action plan because it's moving people to housing in some way. And so to highlight that in this particular initiative, so I've done that, but again, I might not have fully captured the thought.
Looks good.
And then noting that housing is a goal that we're adding at the
Oh, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you. I'm processing
I know, I'm
your
moving
slide on the
too
fly.
fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to think about this a little bit more because we're not implementing King County's health through housing, right? And as we measure our success towards each of these items, that's kind of out of our hands, right? As far as the implementation of that. So I think just tweaking the wording in that we're having language that really reflects what our role is in that. And I don't think implementation is really the verb that I would have here for what we will accomplish. We really will support that and help enhance the success of those types of things, but implement perhaps. I just want to make sure we're able to go back and measure accurately what we did, and if, things happen outside of our control, that's not a failure on our part necessarily, or, that we get credit where credit is due, but also not fault where not fault is.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet?
I think I agree with that comment. I think what's left out here is some sort of a partnership with King County and Plymouth around doing this work together. And everybody's not in the picture,
I like that.
but I think that's an important element of this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Well, I think we did have a lot of debate over a comp plan policy that was exactly, I believe, on this point. And I think the word we settled on was monitor. I'd have to look back at that comp plan policy, but I think this should reflect whatever comp plan policy we adopted on this, probably. And I think the word was monitor instead of implement or something. But I'd have to look back through.
Okay.
But there is a...
We could track that down.
Councilmember Sweet?
Just a response to that, if we are going to focus on a partnership around this work, monitoring doesn't seem like a role that is really participatory. I understand what you're saying, and I remember the discussion around getting to monitor. I kind of disagree with that limiting language if we're going to focus on a partnership.
I mean, one example of where we are intending to be more active is that we are trying to create a local referral network, because the agreement that the council struck with King County is that 2/3 of the spaces would be available to Kirkland or Eastside residents. And so for us to do that, we actually have to sort of create our own referral network and not just rely on the Regional Homelessness Authority. So there's a piece that would be us to do that. So, but we'll also track down the comp plan language as well.
Anyone else? Okay.
Straightforward, adding the additional corridor, which was noted. It is also, several of these corridors go through the business district, so we've also added thriving economy as one of the goals, especially the one that's in the urban center up at 124th Northeast. So any questions or comments on this one?
See none?
All right, and we may come back to this one in the context of the following ones and then your discussion about what you want to carry forward. But so there's no proposed changes to this. The council had a little bit of a discussion, but there was no recommendation at the time to change it or take it off. But the elements I've highlighted in yellow, I'll just read: the dedicated funding for streets, human services, and parks operation maintenance. For me, as a city manager, this is the key point I wanted to highlight, whether or not you decide to include a adopt a budget element, which is always a bit of a discussion as to whether we do that or not. But that in the budget proposal that you approved, we highlighted that we have one-time funding for each of these three things, and we need to find a strategy for ongoing funding for them in the 27-28 budget. So, so as you think forward, I just want to make sure we don't lose that concept that there's some pieces in the budget that we're going to have to think about.
Council, any thoughts on this one? Deputy Mayor?
I think in general, I want to have a work plan that is focused and succinct, and we're at 12 goals right now and potentially have many to add. So this would be one where I think a equitable, sustainable budget is a value and would be supportive of dropping this as something that we articulate in the work plan, recognizing that we are going to need to do the work that the city manager mentions on solving some of these funding issues. I think the same argument would apply to several of these things, that it's going to be work that we're going to do. I'm not sure I want to include in the work plan.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I actually strongly agree with those comments.
So I will say my final slide has all of them in one spot, so you can look at them in context and decide if you want to carry the 12 forward or take some of them off. if you want me to just go through the rest really quickly.
Well, I would like to finish
Oh, sure.
this one. So Councilmember Sweet's mic was off, but she agrees with Deputy Mayor. And I actually usually I am the person that says, take this off. But I think because we recognize that some of the federal actions may require us to do some backfilling or some creative budgeting or looking at other revenue sources or cutting, I would advocate to keep this one in and maybe acknowledge the uncertainty that we're facing right now.
Interesting.
It's interesting, similar to the legislative request memo, it might be that the element is more about that than the budget, but, so, food for thought, thank you. All right, so these next 4 were ones that came up in the study session, so I've got them as completely new. And again, I took my best shot at sort of capturing, synthesizing what the council talked about, but, and then I'll go through these 3 fairly quickly, or 4 fairly quickly, and then I'll have them all up for discussion. But enhance citywide economic development programs to encourage new jobs, goods, and services to the community, and generate revenue to sustain city services to the public. Would note, this would be in addition to the revisit, catalyze the station area plan, which also has a key element of economic development. So one thought might be to combine those 2 in some way, but this was called out to be focused on kind of downtown especially. So, but any comments on this?
Councilmember Sweet?
It feels to me like it's something that you should put on the work plan of the new economic development manager. Just saying.
Anybody else? Councilmember Pascal?
Rather than specifically call it out as a.
I mean, support the economic development and promoting that. I guess I would not be supportive of this focusing on downtown like you just said. I mean, if we're going to focus on economic development, it should be for the entire city if we're going to keep this on here. That's just my feeling. I feel like we'd be boxing ourselves in a little bit. So I'm just still trying to I'm still struggling, like what's the there on this.
It's not as actionable as our other ones. Go ahead, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Pasco. I like keeping it citywide. I like your idea, city manager, perhaps merging this with the other one and calling out still the 85th station area, which is still very important. I don't mean to water that down by suggesting that we combine them. I think it's just tightening it up and streamlining it a little bit by combining the 2. So I'm supportive of that idea, or at least pursuing that idea.
This is also one of the topics you asked to be a retreat topic as well, so you may refine this or its relationship to the other one as well.
Deputy Mayor?
I like the point that Councilmember Sweet had made. We have put in the budget the hiring of an economic development manager for the city. When that person gets hired, I am sure that she or he or they will have a bevy of ideas. We don't know what those are or the work plan is. And for everything else that we have here, we have some specific things that we're going to be looking at as a council. We don't know what those things are yet for this particular topic, so I don't think it's quite ready for inclusion in the work plan.
Anybody else have thoughts along those lines? I'm feeling some ambivalence on that.
It's okay. That's and developing some of those topics that you're interested in will be, I think, one of the retreat topics too. Is where would you like to see focus in the economic development area? This is another one that was discussed, was to actually put the next update of the 5-year roadmap of the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging roadmap as the work program item. So I have that up there.
Councilmember Sweet?
I don't think this should be a work plan item. I think this should be an automatic thing. Admittedly, we're being pushed, politically right now, but updating that approach in order to maintain our reputation as a diverse, equitable, inclusive, and belonging city, we should be staying on top of that anyway. And I think that you just have to continue to update the lens of that. So I don't see it as a new body of work. I see it as a refresh to something that we have already completed and committed ourselves to.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for those comments. I know I was one of the ones that asked for this to be added, so I'm happy to speak to that. You know, for a few reasons, I think that it's really important for us to keep this. This was my request was to keep this on and not to drop it off because it was on our previous city work program. And we're not done yet, and we're not going to be done, right? And this is something that, yes, you know, our equity work needs to continue to be woven throughout all the work that we do. You know, part of what we talked about when we originally adopted the plan was that it was going to be a living document. Yes, it's a 5-year roadmap, but it was a living document that we would continue to have input from staff, from council, and from the community to do that. And so one of the reasons I'd like to keep it up there is I feel like we have some work to do with gathering some of that input and encouraging some of that input, both from staff, council, and from the community to update and refresh the plan. And I think that warrants being on the city work program, and also just because of the importance of the work. It elevates it, it keeps it very visible, and really signals to the community our priority remains DEIB work, that we're not backing down from it. And I believe that removing it from our city work program sends the wrong signal to the community around what our priorities are. So I feel pretty strongly that even if, you know, it's something that whether in practice or not would be, you know, would not be different if it was on the city work program or not, I do feel like there's importance in elevating it to the city work program for those reasons. Thank you.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
I support doing this work. The 5-year roadmap we adopted in 2022, we will have made significant progress and we'll need to update by 2027. It's in this time frame we're going to do this work. I wonder, though, as we think about how we're discussing work that this council is going to focus on, if this might be combined with some other work. We have talked we have a legislative request memo to say, how do we continue to do the things to support Kirkland values with uncertainty in the federal part? We will want to continue to do that, and that may impact some decisions on how we do the budget, how we do things as a city. And I think our diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging work fits into that. So maybe as we learn more from the LRM, that this becomes more of a goal of saying, how do we continue to deliver services consistent with community values?
Anyone else? I think there's an interesting thread here in that conversation. I'm with Councilmember Falcone in that this signals that we're not backing away from the work that we've been institutionalizing for the last 3 or 4 years. But I'm intrigued by Deputy Mayor's ideas of threading it together, so.
Keep the concept and refine it at the next meeting. Thank you. So this one was also subject of quite a bit of discussion and will be a retreat topic: develop and implement new public communication tools and innovative community engagement strategies. So.
Council? Councilmember Tim Chissen?
I do think this is certainly worth keeping on the work program, and I'm excited to kind of see how the homelessness forums play out and work. And I think that's, I'll applaud staff on taking the initiative to have that format that engages the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. Thank you. I agree that I'd like to see this stay on the work program. I think I'd like us to talk a little bit more about the wording and expectations around this. I don't know that this captures kind of exactly what I'm hoping. I'd be in favor of something like, first off, just evaluate what's, I'm not wordsmithing, but in my mind, what I'm thinking of is evaluating what's working, what isn't, right? And then, enhancing community outreach techniques and processes. So how we have dialogue with the community. We heard a comment tonight from the public comments about this. So I don't know, I think we can make this, we can broaden this a little bit more. I think it's a little too surgical around tools. I think it needs to be more about the outreach, in my mind.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I believe we're going to be discussing this at the retreat, so I'll just do like 20,000-foot view, input on this. But, I'd really like to see, and this is something I've been saying for, years now, that I'd like to see a lot of this be about connecting with the community and not just outreach, but really opportunities to connect, like Coffee with Council or something like that, and having more like dialogue type town halls and not just, one way and then the other way communication, but really having more interaction with community members. And so I know that we're going to talk more about that at our retreat, but just wanted to highlight that that's something that I'm particularly interested in as part of this, because I really see this as there's stuff that, that staff's going to take on related to this, but council is going to take on a lot of the responsibility of this too. And yes, through the support of staff, with the logistics of all those type of things and communication, but really a lot of this lift, I believe, should also be on council, because we hear from the community, and council certainly interested. I know I am, and I know others are, and having more of that connection with community, and which we all do in many informal ways, but having some sort of formalized, predictable process for the community to connect with council, I think is something I'd really like to see here. Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I think we've talked about this a little bit, but I'm interested in, public communication tools, but also in developing staff or a division of staff whose primary function really is outreach and who is well-versed in being staff members that are dedicated to outreach as a profession. And I got to think more about it to articulate it better. But thank you.
Anyone else? It's been said, but I think that our conversation at the retreat is going to have a significant impact on this. So I would table it for now.
Thank you. That's very helpful feedback. Thank you. All right, and this is the last one. The council had a big discussion about renovate and expand the Public Work Maintenance Center in phases to ensure staff are operating in a safe and suitable facility with space, technology, tools, equipment, and vehicles needed to protect and sustain the infrastructure of the city. And it was noted that in the past, others like the expansion of the Kirkland Justice Center in order to meet the needs of the annexation area and getting a parks maintenance center, these were previous city work program items, and so this was that same sort of stature and cost and implication. So if council has any comments on this.
Council? Councilmember Sweet?
Just that, this is it's on the list anyway. I look at this and I wonder about how many capital projects in the next 5 years are part of this. And it's like, we have tools to do it. Is it the cost only that it will drive us to put it on a work plan? I mean, we have to do it anyway. Our Public Works Maintenance Center is a mess. And I'm not blaming anybody for it. I mean, deferred maintenance can only last for so long. So this is a hard one for me to either put on or take off. This is the part of the work that we have to do. So I just don't see it as a work item.
I think the way you might see it as a work item is that some of the strategies necessary might take council action. So beyond just it being a project, like for example, you may have to consider, purchasing properties or condemning properties, or whether you want to have policy changes to have satellite facilities versus co-location. And we've talked about some of that already, and we have a plan, but I think there's a lot of policy implications beyond just the project itself that might make it worthy, but I think you're right, it's already in the budget to start. So it is that gray area that's up to the council as to whether you want to highlight it or not, right?
Deputy Mayor?
And I will be consistent in this and support Councilmember Sweet in saying we're going to do this work. Let's simplify the work plan. Unlike other areas where we ended up saying, okay, we're focusing on public safety and fire or other services, I don't see this as one that we will need to go to the voters for. This is something we're going to have to do the hard work to figure out how to do internally. And the work's going to happen, but would support removing it from what we're highlighting as the council work program.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just not that we're not going to take credit for it when we get it done.
Anyone else?
Penny Sweet.
Yeah, he wants to name it after you. You know, it's funny because I just checked and we have the road improvements on here, which was, I had the same point on those. They're in progress. They're going to get done anyway. Why are they on our work programs? I mean, why are we putting any of our CIP projects on our work plan?
Okay, how much longer you want to stay tonight?
So I was the one that introduced this because I thought it was a big enough, complicated enough project that it was going to take some policy decisions and some staff time. So I advocated for this one, but of course I'll defer to the majority on council. Don't anyone else want to weigh in?
You know, it's almost like we need a subcategory, a gray area subcategory, almost on the work plan.
Or we just have a 20-element work plan. All right, city manager, how can we help you?
I'm not sure totally what I heard on this one, but the next slide might help because there is several other gray areas that you did talk about, which I did not propose to include in the work program, but they did come up. So maybe go through these very quickly and see. The last slide is just a restatement of the 12. So, but these are things that came up. The concept was, maybe reserving space on the city work program in case they happened. So, for example, should Kirkland be selected for the Northeast Transfer Station site? Possibly add then. Also, if the council does decide to proceed with the redevelopment of Houghton Village, adding that then. And these other three came up as Cup, artificial intelligence, and the sustainability strategic plan and open space plan for parks. But unless someone would like to move that they be added, they just wanted to note in the record that these were talked about and did not seem to yet rise to that level.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Manager, can you speak to what we would do with each of these ideas if they don't make it on the work program?
Well, in some cases, for example, the response to NERTs will happen no matter what. If they're selected, we'll advocate for, as we have always said, a state-of-the-art transfer facility with full mitigation, right? And especially ensuring that the county doesn't take the money they would save and send it somewhere else, but they actually invest it. So we would do that one no matter what, but highlighting it might be something the council's interested in. Houghton Village, if you chose to do it, we're already started. The council allocated money for it, so it's a question whether you wanted to highlight it. Say, for example, if you picked co-housing as an example, you might want to highlight that, but we would proceed with this project anyway if it was on the work program. I don't know that we'd do much about the World Cup unless the council wanted to sort of add some energy and some resource to it. I think that's something that the economic development team will look at. We'll kind of track.
We do have that in our memorandum for the retreat.
Okay.
We did include that item.
Thank you. And then finally, artificial intelligence, I don't know. We're sort of tracking it in different ways. Our IT group is, and other, as we go out to conferences and so forth, we learn more. So, but it's not a front and center thing yet for us. And then finally, we always continue to work on the sustainability strategic plan and PROS plan. Actions are happening on those, even if we don't have those at the high level of a work program item. Like, we'll keep doing them. If that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Putting them on the work program, we tend to have some money in the budget, but then if we need even additional money for further research, further staffing, further legal analysis, or further outreach, that's sort of what the trigger is you might come back and ask for more to get to the council to what it's looking for. Just very quickly, as my second to last slide, as I noted, 4 of these topics are going to be also at the retreat. Should you agree with that agenda, which Deputy City Manager Underwood will be talking about in a second. And then want to note that we're still have a conversation about 25, 26, whether you want to phase, but I'm proposing that we talk about that in March. And then we would come back in March following the retreat with a draft resolution on March 4th and refine it and then adopt it probably at March 18th. So. And so this is all of them up there. I mean, I've heard some good feedback. I think what I'll probably do then is rather than go through them, I'll again bring you back maybe something to talk about on March 4th that I think captures the comments here. And then if we don't quite get it right, you can amend that.
Has the Planning Commission's work program been adopted yet?
No, that's coming back to the council.
Okay. That's something I'd like to see.
Yeah.
To compare them. But, okay, thanks.
Yeah, both that and the Transportation Commission work program. Transportation work program will come from the commission, and the planning work program will come from the Planning Commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, City Manager, are you feeling like you have something to work with?
I do. What I might have is a either or in a couple spaces when I come back, and but I think you've been really helpful insight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Council, I think we all need to stretch for a minute before we go into our last item, and we still have our council reports. Councilmember Tim Chisholm can't stay sitting. So let's come back at 9:25.
We have an executive
when we had like 400 other ones, yeah. All right, we are back after a short break. We are now moving on to item 9C, which is proposed agenda for council's annual retreat. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We're looking for finalizing the agenda. To present you with the draft agenda for your review is our Deputy City Manager, Julie Underwood.
Do I need to hit share?
I should note the retreat is on February 28th. It's coming up.
Okay. Can the audience at home see it? Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, council. So we are here to finalize your retreat agenda. As a reminder, the retreat is a week from Friday, and you have a full, okay, so I didn't end up.
Sorry, I thought you hit the.
All right, now we're sharing. So you have a full day devoted to the morning. Will be some team building through our colors communication styles training. Really excited to have you work with Janelle on that. And then as you directed last time, you wanted to have a working lunch. So effectively, your work program starts around 12:15 and goes till about 3:45. So you asked us to add times to each of those 4 work plan items. Council outreach and engagement is roughly about an hour. 85th station area, another hour. And then economic development, we carved out about 30 minutes of that. I think in recognizing that you will have a new economic development manager coming aboard hopefully soon. And then about 45 minutes devoted to criminal justice review. So, and then of course, we really end your day with a good of the order, or sometimes there's those hot topics that end up needing some of your time. So with that, wanted to see if you had any edits.
Councilmember Pascal, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Julie. The only comment that I'd make about this was around the council work program, item 7. I was just thinking that perhaps we could consider moving the criminal justice review next steps first. And my reasoning on this is that topic, I think, would be of real benefit to have this first informal discussion. And I worry that if it's at the end, 2 things would happen. It would get shortchanged, or we might not be as sharp because it's coming late in the day. And those other 3 topics I think are topics that are also very important, but they lend themselves to discussion almost any meeting, and are easy topics to have during study session and so forth. So that would just be my one comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Actually, I wondered why it wasn't. I had heard it was already there. So, cool. I guess the other comment I've had, can you go up to 6? Okay, wait, whoop. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, because I'm going to have to take a break, which I'll do immediately after the colors training. And then I'll be back, hopefully, within a half an hour.
You miss a little bit of the criminal justice, probably.
Which is probably fine.
All right. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Well, so we're devoting a significant amount of time to training on this day. And I guess I would just ask that in the absence of a formal motion, that staff give us a 5- and 10-minute warning on subjects and that we wrap them up on time.
So you're wanting an assertive facilitator.
Well, I share Councilmember Pascal's concern that certain subjects are going to get shortchanged. I mean, I could go for 3 hours on many of these subjects, and if we do that,
That's what we're afraid of.
yeah.
All right.
So I would, yeah, I mean, my other concern is that because the training is all at the beginning of the day, we're not going to shortchange that, right? Because that's going to go until 12:15. So we can't make a motion to extend these subjects. So, yeah, I would want the facilitator to give a 5 or 10 minute warning, and then we got to, keep on pace.
Anyone else? Does everyone support Councilmember Pascal's suggestion of moving criminal justice first? All head nods.
Okay, great. And if that's it?
That's all you got?
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
See ya on the 28th.
Thank you, Julie. All right, we are now moving on to city council reports, and I am going to start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things to report. On Wednesday, the 12th, I attended the Kirkland Alliance of Neighborhoods, and they went around a room, and each neighborhood representative offered a moving tribute to Dave Asher, former council member that had passed away, with some great stories that will be passed on to Haesung. Ken also went around the room to gather some feedback for the Kirkland 2044 After Action Report. All of you have email of their notes from that were sent. On Valentine's Day, Councilmember Black and I attended the Eastside Transportation Partnership. The agreement that the partnership uses for its governance is up for renewal. City Council will have to take action in March. I've sent you the draft around. This has been on the consent calendar previously, but we'll need to take action by March 18th to get things through the county council process. Yesterday, I attended the North Rose Hill Neighborhood Association meeting, had a great discussion on the work plan and a robust Q&A that I have sent a number of things to staff. One thing that I would note is that Councilmember Asher lived in that neighborhood, and they are raising money for a bench in his honor. I had suggested that there would be many people in the community that might be willing to contribute beyond the neighborhood association, and they will get back on how that could happen. Finally, I wanted to note that last Friday was the last day at the city for Kathy Anderson after 34 years of service. As the city clerk, each of us as council members worked from her from the point we were officially certified as elected city council members. She delivered our certifications, delivered our oath of office so that we were ready on January 1st when our terms began. Did a great job of supporting and spoiling us at our council meetings, and always tracked our dynamic discussions and policies. And definitely appreciate her service to the city, and she'll be missed.
Thank you. Councilor Pascal.
None of my regional committees met since last meeting, so I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilor Falco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last week, we had our first meeting of 2025 of the King Conservation District Advisory Committee, and I sent around those notes earlier today, so you should have those. Let me know if you have any questions. And aside from that, I think I'll just highlight some of the things I'm looking forward to coming up. The AWC City Action Days that we're heading out to in the coming days. I have an SCA board meeting tomorrow, a Board of Health, King County Board of Health meeting later this week. And then later this week as well, have our monthly meeting of the group that's working on the Junior League Softball World Series with Deputy City Manager Lopez, among other amazing park staff and other staff in the city and in the CMO office, Christian and others who've been supporting that work, not only to help make that event a success, but also to have some new things happening this year that'll be really fun and exciting. So look out for more on that, but we continue to meet to discuss that. And also just want to say, I know that we all really appreciate the work of Kathy Anderson over the years. You know, I remember some of my first interactions with her long before I was on city council, and I'll keep it brief because I know we'll have more opportunities to share thoughts about Kathy, but just want to share what an impact she's had on the lives of so many in our community and how welcoming she was when I remember being so nervous first interviewing for the Kirkland Human Services Commission and walking into City Hall and just having her smiling, her warm smile greet me at the door and just make the logistics really easy and really put me at ease and introduce me to other candidates that were interviewing that night as well, really made a lasting impact on my impression of the city and my desire to continue to work with the city. And so I really appreciate her and all that she has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone, could you copy me on the invitation to the World Series meeting?
Absolutely.
I've been trying to figure out how to
Yes.
get to that.
I
So.
thought you were on it, so I'm.
Just really not a whole lot to report. Still working on solid waste, wastewater. Lots of things going on in both of those. We're getting ready for rate setting in wastewater. A lot of discussion around the fact that the wastewater system, or the wastewater division has incorporated the estimate of what it's going to cost us to pick back up the CSO projects, which is going to take us up to increases on an annual basis of about 12% starting next year, year after next. So it is something that we're going to have some serious conversation about tomorrow at our leadership meeting, and certainly upcoming. I've had some off-site meetings with Seattle and with the divisions, and I think we have a strategy how to do a little bit of pushback. We're actually suggesting an independent audit of the county's similar to what we did when we came up with the CSO numbers. We would like to reevaluate the numbers that the division is coming up with regard to projects for the next 10 to 20 years. Anyway, it's a huge body of work. And other than that, I don't need to say, I keep doing water and waste. Oh, we did get a telephone call, and I think you all know this, but we should be hearing the final decision on the site selection within a month. I just want to, as we looked at that just briefly in the work plan discussion, that work is going to take us the next 8 to 10 years, but it is also, so it's we're not going to want to put it on a work plan every year, but we're going to have to figure out the small doses that it's going to take in order to make sure that we negotiate very effectively for what we deserve, but if we get selected for that position. Anyway, and other than that, just a comment about Kathy. Kathy joined us on the 14th of Valentine, or she joined us on Valentine's Day 34 years ago, and she left us on Valentine's Day this year. That is so fitting because Kathy just led with heart. She was with us all the way through. And what I have to say that I appreciate the most of Kathy's work through the years was when Toby first came on the council and we really dove into the public records process. Kathy worked her buns off on that public records process, and she towed the line. She did all the work herself until we finally figured out that we needed to get more bodies surrounded to take some of that work. But she stuck with it, and I think we have a public records process that we can be really proud of because of her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I don't have a ton to report on as far as a regional that I haven't already shared with my colleagues. Either I gave you a heads up at the last meeting or sent you around an email report. So really, all I wanted to remark on was, well, first, I am excited about us all seeing you all in Olympia, or most of you all in Olympia for AWC Action Days. And then I appreciate Deputy Mayor bringing, sort of elevating the fact of Kathy's departure, and I'm looking forward to an opportunity to celebrate her retirement from the city of Kirkland. But for me, there was a certain number of people on city staff when I joined the council who were instrumental in sort of helping me understand how to, be an effective council member. how to do things properly, both, legally, certainly, as it applies to the Open Public Meetings Act and Public Records Act, but also just, the best way and most effective way to be a council member. Kathy is one of those people, so I will always remember her fondly as sort of being, one of the key staff members who sort of mentored me early on and helped me understand what the role is and what was required of me, and some of what the norms were, and some of what the legal requirements are. And I'm a better council member because I learned under Kathy. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Thank you. I was unable to attend the study session on the K line. I hope all of you enjoyed that. I attended a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce. Our previous Chamber of Commerce executive director departed, and talked to them about how to re-engage them with the Kirkland City Council, how to have a representative of the Chamber of Commerce attend city council meetings. Alicia Quaco will be the 2026-27 chair of the board for the Kirkland Chamber of Commerce. They have extended their presidential terms, or board chair term, what do they call it, from 1 year to 2 years. So she'll be the next president from 26 and 27. And I believe there's a plan in place to fill the executive director role. But I have talked to them about re-engagement, and they're strong as ever and excited for re-engagement. Kathy Anderson is a force of nature. Is she here? She's not here. Are we saying good things about her, but she can't hear us?
She's
probably watching.
Okay. All right, then I'll say good things about her. There was a time when the library board was basically defunct and was going through a rough time, and Kathy volunteered with no incentive, financially or otherwise, to attend those meetings. And I think it was Kathy who brought the library board through a dark time and committed to its survival, and took the library board and helped it survive to where it is until our new DIEB manager, Erica Moscora, eventually took over the role. But not for Kathy Anderson. That's one more thing in Kirkland that would not, I think, have survived. And I have many other stories, but that's one that sticks out in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So the only thing I have to add is city manager, city staff, deputy mayor, Councilmember Black, and I met with King County Councilmember Rod Dembowski last Friday. He had listened to a meeting where we had talked about our transit needs and exploring our own transit options. So he reached out, which I thank him for. So we talked about the K-Line, Metro Flex being no longer a pilot, and upcoming King County Parks levy and what opportunities for Kirkland may exist in that levy. It's already been said, all of us have a very special relationship with Kathy. She did mentor and train us and made us the council members we are today. And I hope she's proud of us. Kathy always went above and beyond. When I was sworn in 2019, she came in during the holiday and swore me in so that my kids who were home from college could be here for that ceremony, and that was very gracious of her, and it really meant a lot to me. She always treated everyone she interacted with kindness and respect, whether it was a public records request or help with a committee application. I also was very nervous for my first interview, and she made me feel very welcome. She also made people who were appearing in front of council feeling welcome and valued, and I think that was really what Kathy was about, was making people feel valued and going the extra mile when it needed to happen. And no one's mentioned, Kathy has the best voice. Like, she should be on radio. She just made everybody feel calm and happy whenever she spoke. So we do miss you, Kathy. I do hope that you're watching this. We do look forward to celebrating you in a larger, more public way. But we also are very excited for you and have a very, very happy retirement. So thank you. City Manager.
Okay, thank you. So the only topic I had was, as you brought up, Mayor, the meeting with Councilmember Dembowski from King County. And as some of you know, he's the chair of the Budget Committee. So I sent you 2 links to the King County Park Levy information that the county executive put online. He just announced last week the park levy and is hoping the King County Council pass it by the end of March. So they only have a couple of meetings. It's going to go really fast. So Councilmember Dembowski wanted to let us all know that if cities want to engage, they need to engage now. I think it was a bit of a surprise to them how fast they would need to move. So we're going to be looking through that and seeing if there's things that we want to suggest. And we'll probably try to bring something back to the council on the March 4th meeting or maybe the March 18th meeting, but maybe some sort of formal letter from the council to the King County Council as to potential changes. Just high level, the executive is proposing to go from an 18 cents per thousand levy to a 24 cent per thousand levy, and significant investment in beyond what they've done before in terms of parks and open space purchases, forest land, and climate resilience activities. That's kind of a general overview. We're trying to look through to see, for example, the pass-through monies for the cities. There is some additional money, but we don't yet have the information as to how much or in what way that's working. So lots to learn. And Councilmember Dembowski encouraged us to engage, so we'll have more to share with you at the next council meeting, I hope. So that's my one topic. The other thing I wanted to highlight was we have a cool new piece of property that we want to share with you. So Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks Director, has a couple slides she wants to share. After many years, we finally have some new property. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Lynn.
Yes, this is great news. This is the property that we're talking about, Forbes Lake Park. And the 2 properties that you see kind of shaded, those are the ones that WashDOT has just officially given to the city. And just a real quick background on this, this was part of actually a 2004 agreement. And when you read the information on it, apparently the project was called the Nickel Project. So I learned a little something new researching that. And so it's 2.65 acres added to Forbes Lake Park. And it does allow us to continue to, or well, sort of continue. We've kind of used it a little bit, but really it's a wetland. And it does allow for us to put a boardwalk on it and just kind of continue to have passive access of it. And that's pretty much it. Here's a couple of pictures for you. In 2010, there was actually a park plan that was created, and you can see the red line there is actually the boardwalks that would go through the parcels, and that includes the WashDOT parcels going all the way through. So we actually do have a park plan for this, amazingly. And there's a picture of more of the east side of Forbes Lake, and then this is a recent picture with the snowfall in kind of the more wetland area. So there you have it.
Always good news.
Yeah.
And one final link to that, that's one of the projects that we highlighted in the stationary plan as, a major investment with the tax increment financing. So to actually have this parcel in our control is going to be super helpful in realizing that vision eventually as well. So thank you, Lynn. So that's all I have on the policy side. Any council calendar suggestions or updates?
I see nothing.
So that concludes my report.
Awesome, thank you. We are going to go into a short 20-minute executive session to discuss potential litigation as authorized by RCW 42-3110-1I2. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 9:10 or 10:10. So only for the purposes of adjournment. So thank you, everyone.